Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 158th live stream from the Misfit Gamer Studios. I am your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. There we go, I can say that. Today is going to be actually a lot of fun. We're going to do something a little bit new. We are trying out the very first episode in a new series called Image to Item. So what we're doing is we are taking images that were submitted to us through Discord by you, our viewers, and we are going to take them and by image only, by what we see, we are going to decide a series of things. In fact, oh yes, it is the TikTok whiteboard. Yes, it is, everyone. It is the famous TikTok whiteboard. We are going to cover 6 categories. We're going to discuss what it is. Is it an item? Is it a weapon? Is it a focus? What it's made of, materials needed to make it, and what it's just in generally going to be made of and constructed based on what we can see. What or who made it? This is going to be also decide like the type of level of craft, how rare it is, and exactly how powerful it's going to be. What the lore is. This is going to help us not only understand a little bit of the history and what it can do, but it's also going to allow us to understand how to drop it into our game. We're also going to be looking at what is the name of it. Now, are we going to name it based off the creator, what it can do, or we're just going to give it a cool name? We're going to figure that out. And finally, we're going to come down to what it can do, the most important part, the stats and the abilities. So this is going to be a lot of fun. I think we have like 10 or so items that were submitted. I know I only got the request out today, so luckily we got a bunch of items. We should be able to get through a handful of them. I don't know if we're going to be able to do them all. But I hope you enjoy this. It is going to be a lot of fun for us. And yeah, that's all I have for you. Thank you and good night. No, no, I'm really excited about this. This is going to be a really fun kind of just so kind of more casual stream.
Quick question. Are you and I trying to create individual items, or are we together creating a singular item?
I thought the whole point was to we do it together.
Okay.
We debate, we discuss, and we build. I think it would be cool maybe at someday to do this as a challenge, but I think that would take a lot more.
Are these items going to be high point ready?
It depends. It really depends. I thought about that a lot.
Okay.
And my biggest consideration is by the time it's done being built, based on our discussions and based on our decisions on how to balance it, it will really depend on, similar to a review, is it high point compatible, or did we lean too much into 5th edition to abide by a more universally available item? Because we may both see an item, and just purely by the way it looks, we might justify it to fit high point perfect. But there might be another item that we look at and go, based on everything and based on what we gave it, it's going to feel a little bit too 5th edition, and therefore it would rank like a 7 or 8 on the high point rating. So I'm not going to try and go out of my way to make each and every one of these fit high point. I'm going to try my best to make, I want to be as creative as possible and make these what they look like, not what I want them to be.
Sure.
Because if I make them what I want them to be, then yeah, I would just tell you what they would be, because I would just see it and that's what it would be in high point. But what I want to do is I want to kind of deconstruct it and look at it more from a broad D&D point of view and make something anybody could play.
Okay.
And
something that could effectively be submitted for a community creation.
Exactly. I want to look at something and make something that you would not be surprised, or you would be pleasantly surprised to see in a supplemental book. I don't want to create something that you can only find in high point. You know what I mean? Like,
okay, fair enough.
I feel like that would be better for the community, because then this way people can listen to us. They can take away what we want. Because if I do too much of high point, it might slip out of the hands of other DMs who are a little bit more, like 5th edition modular based.
Got you.
But if we make it a little bit more approachable, we might also be able to do what we did with our pop culture builds.
Okay. And
we might be able to make like a little write-up of it.
I definitely intended to be doing that. So like as we're going through this right now, I'm going to be squaring up some
and if we do, we can post
stuff
those
for everybody.
For anybody that's in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, link is in chat now. But if you want in the Discord, we do have a channel, and in that channel we have a thread, I believe. Is that so no, sorry, we just have a straight channel called MGS Builds, and in there you will be able to see a list of several of the types of series that we've done and the builds that we've created, so we can always put these in there.
Image to item, I like that. That's a perfect addition to our MGS builds.
Yeah, I do like that. Excuse me 1 second, I have got to go trim this mustache just a bit. That's going to be bugging me all stream.
Fair enough.
I'll be right back.
Fair enough. Well, speaking of our Discord, I was poking around. Well, to be fair, Vortex told me about it, but poking around in our Discord, and I think it was Cart that had asked a question about how many items is too many items to submit. And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, the answer is there is no such thing as too many items to submit. I love all the things. In fact, hopefully, fingers crossed, if things go well this weekend, after we do our community stream, I'm gonna be spending some time doing a lot of conversion in our submissions channel, because I want to see if I can get together some good formats. And I actually was in the middle of doing it when I was setting up the it was actually Soul's submission. I was looking at when I did one of my streams for the MGS development. I actually went and I did some of Soul's submission, turning it into a Goblin Notebook submission. So I'm curious if I would actually do some of that work that I have to do, because I have a whole bunch of like archived stuff in the leaderboard. Like, you guys have sent in so many things, it's absolutely phenomenal. I haven't been able to get to all of them. There's a good chunk that I have got set up and like ready in the wings and whatnot, so like we're not gonna get too far behind, but it's definitely something that I'm slowly working towards. So we'll see if things go well. You might see me messing around with that, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
So much better now. I'm not going to be like touching my face like every 15 minutes.
Fair enough.
Or more like 15 seconds. Yeah, there we go. Anyway. All right, so I'm really excited about this. I think it's going to be pretty easy and pretty casual stream today. Not going to go too crazy with these builds, obviously. I mean, they're just going to be a series of items, weapons, what have you, whatever chat has given us. And if you're still, if you guys are watching and you want to submit stuff, the thread will be open in the community chat. It will be open for the rest of the stream, so if you want to submit any more, and anything that we don't get to, we will save, and then we will get to
100%
at another time.
And there are some dope pictures in there, so I'm very excited to see what we end up starting with.
I kind of want to just go at random. I'm just going to kind of just open one up and then move it to the completed folder, and then we will move on. And then, are you taking notes in terms of what we build?
Yes.
All right, cool. So then I can just kind of focus more on that. I need to drop our thank you camera's exposure. Seems really dark now.
Is it? Yeah, it is a little bit darker than
normal, but again, this thing.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, it's not too bad. It does feel pretty decent compared to where you're at.
There, that's a little better. Just soften it up with some of the lights. One of these days, we'll get a more professional setup.
You got this.
Baby steps.
The whole room dedicated just to us streaming. One day.
One day. You know what? Let's just
come on now.
So with that, we have our roadmap. Basically, we're just going to go through these 6 steps, define what it is, what it's made of, who made it, what its lore is, name it, and what it can do. Maybe not all in that exact order.
Sure.
But those are roughly what we're
As
gonna
long as
try
we get
to
those things.
Yeah. And then I guess I won't worry having to put anything on screen for that, or should I? Should I have that being written down somewhere so we can display that?
I mean, you don't really need to.
No, because I guess it's just more talking about it, and then you'll have the final cut.
Sure.
For cool.
Yeah.
Going on, Darkwell, what are we naming? Well, we are doing our very first image to item. So we are going to be taking items that are images that have been submitted to us in Discord, and then we're turning them into D&D items. So we're about to start, but naming them will just be one of the several steps that we do. So this is going to be kind of fun because you guys will get to see a little bit behind the scenes of how Kage and I work and how we develop items.
Indeed.
But again, these won't be specific to my realm. These will be as universally acceptable as possible. Let's see. So, open this up. Yes. No, I don't want to be influenced, so I'm going to make it a list. So I don't know.
Oh, like which one?
Yeah.
You know what I'm gonna create? I'm gonna create like a little roulette wheel for us, where you can just like put stuff on there.
I mean,
we'll just,
I know
like,
that there are free ones I could do real quick,
but still, I think that would be cool. I literally made one in Excel one time for work, just for choosing like where we wanted to go eat that day, because people had such a hard time choosing. I really hope I kept that, because I would love to whip that thing out.
Oh, Darkwell. What an amazing question. We have 14 items, huh? All right. I love this. Give me 2 seconds.
Are we rolling dice?
Yeah.
Are we rolling dice? Sweet. Darkwell, much appreciated. Not I, said the cat.
Oh, righty then. So we have 14 items. I suggest
D12 plus 2?
Well, I was going to do a D12, but since there's an overlap. Oh, I didn't bring the coin. Damn, I have these really nice coins. This I think it's Fable. Vixie had this collector's edition from Fable, but it has this really cool coin
from the game.
Yeah, but it has this really cool commemorative coin that it came with, and she gifted it to me. So it has like this blue like flowiness on one side.
I remember that.
And this red,
I remember that.
like crazy.
Is that the one that you flipped during the last?
Yep. During the last scenario.
Yeah,
so that is my good DM, bad DM decider, depending on if I want to be nice or mean. So I just flip that coin. So I was gonna do it like that, but we'll just do percentiles because those are always fun too. So what I'll do is we will roll percentiles, and percentiles will give me a high-low. High-low will be deciding which of these of the 12 in the 14. Because I have a list of 14, right? So I'll either do the first 12 or the bottom 12.
Yeah.
And we'll go from there.
All right, bet. Sounds perfect.
And then we'll do the same thing with the next roll, and then after that it'll just be a solid D12, and we will just keep on going until we run out of dice. Great decision, Darkwell.
Love it.
Yeah.
I mean, we are we are D&D podcast,
right?
So
I mean, by the time we start rolling dice, right?
I know. Is this our first on camera die roll? Well, I guess theoretically we rolled some dice when we played Magic. So
that's true. I love that reference, the vultures from Jungle Book. Sometimes life decisions are like that. What do you want to do? I don't know, but what do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do?
Big facts, dude.
No, let's not stop that again. Oh, God. Take me back.
Oh, I love that. That was such a good movie, too.
All right, so here we go. First, high-low. My beauty bill. What is it? That's 90. 90 direct.
High it
So
is.
we are doing, from my list, the top.
Top 12.
The top. Oh, there are 13. Sorry, there are 13 plus a folder. So there are only 13, so we are doing the first 12. So we're only going to have to do that percentiles once.
Okay.
All right, so here we go. My beautiful, well, not really beautiful. It's actually my shittiest looking dice that I have, I think. It's cool. It's not bad looking. It's just,
I like that green.
Or actually, is this the one? No, this is actually my good one. Hold on. This isn't my shitty dice. I have like one not so good looking dice. But no, this is my green and purple dice. This one. Okay. Let us see. Number 8.
Ooh, very nice. Very nice. I like an 8.
7, 8. What apparently I called orb thing.
Orb thing.
All right. So,
All right.
everybody, welcome to the first edition in the series of Image to Item, our first image of the night and of the entire series. I give you orb thing. All right.
It's a temporary name. Orb
So
thing.
we obviously have something immediately magical. Obviously, just by its very nature.
Got runes all over it.
As far as I can tell, it's AI generated, but outside of that, because the rings actually don't meet anywhere. But if
Is it not one of those like Mobius strip things?
If you try, technically, this one right here, this guy in the front, technically he's one ring.
Yeah.
This guy here, right? He goes up, goes behind, and then he just kind of dies here. So you could say he's one ring here, right? And then this one you could say is one ring here, or this one somehow loops onto this, and this one turns around and loops this way, or this one loops that there, and this one loops up.
Sure.
Technically is two. It could be two. So yeah,
it could be a couple of different
weird.
things. Fair enough.
But we're going to assume that it's magical.
Agreed.
Now, at its base, let's kind of like start with like what. Obviously, I'm not thinking weapon. Now item.
Unless it's like a focus or something. I'm not thinking it's
that's not a weapon, and we haven't even got to that episode yet. There's a whole episode we want to do on items versus weapons.
Very fair.
Focus
Very
versus
fair.
weapons. But so it could be a focus or it could be an item.
Sure.
Now, item, I think, could give us a lot more wiggle room, right? This could be a seed of some sort, a celestial seed. This could be a deity's item. This could be the representation of a soul. This could be... So, item meaning it could just be like the MacGuffin, or it could just be something cool, right? It could be something super valuable, or it could do something. Whereas I feel like if we make it a focus, while dope looking, focuses don't really get to do a whole lot.
So looking at this, I'm actually lightweight inspired that these ring type things around it, especially with these runes on it, are perhaps locking whatever that thing is in the center.
Like the Doctor Strange Eye of Agamotto or whatever.
Kind of, yeah.
So it's kind of like
it's
like
locked
if you open it
away
up.
in there, and so like in order for you to access, like maybe this item while it's in this particular state has certain abilities, but you can either over time or through doing certain things can unlock it, and if you do unlock it and access its core, you can do maybe completely different things.
Interesting. Okay. So in that particular case, we could make the argument that it could be a focus where like something like, and I'm not saying that this is what we should do, but just immediately off of a focus, because it's, looking at this, we'd want it to be like obviously like a plus value, like it's a magical focus, but something along the lines of, as a normal focus, it acts like a normal focus, but once per day you can open it up and that gives you a free upcast.
Okay.
Something like that.
Sure.
Is what I'm trying to think, what you're getting at.
Sure. Yeah.
Could be something as simple as that, or we could make it an item that, again, is groundbreaking, game-changing, campaign plots, plot
Right.
device. So I'm leaning, like, I do like the idea of a focus, but I'm kind of leaning just on the look of it. It just looks too important to just be carried around.
Fair.
Like, you know what I mean? It look like at least for a low level party member, this doesn't look like something that you would just be like, hey guys, yeah, can I get that dagger? And then he wants a plate. You know what I mean? You don't just see this thing float where you just having conversations at the bar. Like, hey, can I get an ale for my buddy over here? Yeah, we just got back from killing some wolves. This thing, don't worry about it. I know it looks into your soul. It's fine. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like it's almost too much. This thing needs to be like, you walk into the BBEG's room and there's this like spike coming up from the ground, and this thing is floating at the tip, like on a pedestal,
or it's like in a glass case, or it's behind like some sort of,
or like the BBEG is doing the ritual that opens this, and opening it is like the thing you don't want to happen in the campaign, right? Maybe that's a god, an ancient god in there, or this would be cool. This might be too much. This is going to be too much. Okay. I'm already going to let y'all know this is far beyond the scope of this, but just a kind of a cool concept. What if inside of that is a trapped, greater, what do they call them? Like the Cthulhu and all of that, not gods, but they're like great old ones, right? So imagine that's a great old one in there, right? So imagine it seeped its power just enough to be able to make warlocks. And the whole point it's trying to do is get warlocks strong enough to open it up and release it.
Maybe that is too much, but I don't think it goes down the wrong road. Like, what if when you open it up, you like that centerpiece like opens like a portal to another dimension, maybe a different plane, and you can like summon something through it like once a day, or maybe it's got like a large cooldown depending on how big or scary it is. Maybe you can pull out a greater demon. Maybe you can bring down an angel, whether you want it to be demonic or celestial or whatever the case may be.
So I think we're going item. I think we want this to be a magical item.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
Let's lock that in. We are going with a magical item. Let's see. So imagine runes on it would represent the spells inside. And then you have essentially, let's see whether or not you have spells. I mean, I don't want it to just, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't vibe with me. I don't look at this and immediately get the vibe that this is holding spells for me. Like, I feel like that's also kind of overdone in terms of magical items. So I don't know if I would want this to be like just another, I have extra spells in here. I think I want this to do its own thing. It looks too odd to not do something fully unique.
Sure.
That's like the feeling that I'm getting off of this. But maybe as a bonus action, you could use it as a weapon, and slinging at creatures. Interesting.
As a bonus action, you can what?
Like use it as a weapon somehow.
Like legend somebody with it?
I don't know. Doesn't give me. I'm still not seeing. I still think like a magical item. So, okay. So let's talk about what it's made of. Let's try to like critique get this. So obviously we have something magical on the inside, right? We have some sort of magical essence happening. We have what looks like potentially because there's some pits in this material, so it could be of stone, like this, like almost gives reminiscence of like chain, or of stone, or of like wrought iron. You know how it has like the texture on it. But you also have the carved runes that glow, and it's also not perfectly symmetrical. It's also not perfectly combined and contained.
I also wouldn't be mad at like same material as bone or cartilage or something like that.
Interesting. Okay.
Depending on what we end up saying it summons.
Interesting. So do you think that this is rigid, or do you think that this is do you think these things, if you were to touch them, would they be more like fluid movement as they kind of like swirl, or do you think it's more like a chain where they're locked in place and it kind of just like it's a ball? Like, is it structured, or do you think
what? Weirdly enough, I kind of like the terminology of a chain where it's still flexible but it's still strong. You know what I mean? So like I kind of like envision like when I'm holding this thing, like those runes aren't like sitting still, but they're constantly like
shifting,
spinning, like orbiting around this thing. fluid. I like the idea that,
I was talking about just like again, like you're talking about, like there, it's like a snake. It's like
yeah.
it's just we're, you know, it's constantly moving in whatever like Mobius strip, like you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so I don't feel like this is something that you're gonna be carrying around so much. Like it's definitely something that you have and you can use, but it's not like something that, you know, like I don't think this is gonna be small. I'm not thinking that this is handheld would be a generous term for.
So if you're an adventurer and you acquire this thing and you don't want to use it right this second, how are you carrying it around? Are you stuffing it in a bag of holding? Are you putting it in a backpack?
Well, and that's where I feel like we have to kind of like eventually decide, like maybe that's on the next level of like what or who created it, right? Because once we figure out what it's made out of and who can create it, that can help us decide what is its level of like what's its craftsmanship, right? Because if we're thinking of a deity, right, then we can talk about like what the size is and what it can do. But I was thinking, like, again, this is something where it has to, like, you know, it's almost like a device. You have to be mindful when you transport it, right? You have to like take care. It's not something that you carry with you. It's something that you have to have intent to use. You don't use on the spot. That's kind of where my mind was originally going, kind of like the BBG thing where he's doing the big ritual. Like this thing is almost like, it's like the Ark of the Covenant kind of thing. Like it's not something you just carry with you, but it is something that with intent and careful planning, it actually has a lot.
Okay.
Because that's what I'm getting from it. I look at it and I just don't feel like this is just going to be in your pocket or in your backpack.
Then that makes me feel like you keeping this locked away underneath these rooms until it's time for you to use it. And kind of like we were talking about the other day, how too few spells in 5th edition take time to activate. This would be like a really cool item that you like pull out and it takes like 2 or 3 rounds to unlock each of the chains that are holding this thing in. But like once you finally unlock it, you get some like really big move that you get to accomplish.
Yeah. But again, we want to make it something universal, right? You can't make it so big and so grandiose that it would require the entire campaign to be around, right? Like I want someone to be able to pick this up and be like, oh, this would be a cool side quest or a cool thing to add that won't change my entire game, but will, you know, add to the player's abilities. Because I don't want it to go too far in the whole. You have to keep this with your BBEG,
so,
right?
Theoretically, the deck of many things. When you draw a card, the deck disappears, right?
Yeah.
And it goes like somewhere else.
So this would be like a one-time use thing?
It could be a thing where like you use it and then it like, right? So maybe you go and you dungeon dive for this thing and you like do some research ahead of time and you kind of know what it is and what it does. And when you get down here, there's this boss. And if you're smart enough and you've done enough research, you can figure out, hey, I can unlock the 3 things on this thing to summon some creature to help me defeat whatever's down here so I can accomplish some. So maybe it could just be...
How do you feel about this? Okay. So this is obviously an otherworldly material. This is obviously some kind of like script or ward, right? So are we cool with having this thing be like not of mortal origin? Like this isn't just some mundane kind of magical item. Like we kind of want this to be something big.
Yeah, I'd say so.
So how do you feel? Because it's also what's giving me vibes is, I don't remember what it was called, but do you remember the movie Galaxy Quest?
Hell, are you talking about the
15-second?
Hold on. It's the omega molecule or the omega cube or something like that.
Imagine that this thing is like a one-time use. And what happens is when you use it, it relocks up, and maybe like the Dragon Balls, not only does it lock up for like a year, but it also like disappears.
Yeah.
But imagine when you use it, it's like that, where it goes back. Like you can do something like 15 seconds where basically is 3 rounds. That's half a fight. That could be a half a fight to a whole encounter. You know what I mean? So you could literally just be like, if you guys are losing, you could be like, hey, DM, restart the entire match, re-roll initiative. We're starting over. That could be fucking devastating to put in the player's hands. Do an entire battle and just be like, no. Or go one step further, since it's only a one-time use. Go one step further. Make it 24 hours. Make it not so game-changing that everything changes, but imagine just being able to be like, this, when used, you just go back in time exactly 24 hours with everything that you know, but nobody else that's within like
I will say 24 hours will be a lot harder on the DM, like replaying everything that you did.
I think 3 rounds or like restart combat maybe. Like
I definitely think restart combat's a really good idea. I think I think you could use it situationally to restart combat, or to like do something to the effect of, say, like a big reveal, or say you guys just got ambushed, or say you were given some like choice to like do something, and you like made a choice and it ended up in someone's death. You could like go back or something to that effect.
Yeah, but more than just a reroll, like some of the other, like, you know.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I'm getting that vibe, like something big, that this would just be like one of those, you don't know when you're gonna use it, but when you use it, it should be like a like a game changing thing. So but is that something that I mean, it doesn't matter how appealing it is, but is that something that you think the average DM would find appealing? Or, because again, it may not be everyone's cup of tea. Not, you know, there's plenty of things out there that there's plenty of debate on whether or not it's worth picking up or not. But is this one of those things that could be picked up by any DM, right? Like going back in time, excuse me, you know, retconning anything, going back in time, and especially rounds, like especially in combat, not everybody keeps track round to round. So depending upon how bad things are, I mean, doing something as simple as resetting combat,
I think it would very much depend
easier
on how we articulate its function. If we're able to articulate its function specifically enough to be usable fairly universally, like everyone goes back to just before combat started, or whatever the case may be, or just before you interacted with the hostile people, or whatever the case may be. Because say you were in an argument with somebody and somebody saying the wrong thing is what started combat. So if I use this, do I go right back to when I said the stupid thing and then combat's immediately starting? Or could I potentially go back to before I said it so that I could potentially avoid combat, you know?
Yeah.
Like, so as long as we can articulate it well enough.
Okay, so let's reshift it. I also agree with you, Darkwell. I always, if my players try to abuse anything, I always make sure to let them know that that's a two-way street.
Yep.
So let's reshape this a little bit. Instead of it being time-based and forcing recalculations, what if it's just like an oh shit button, where you're gifted it, and when you use it, basically something akin to you and any ally within sight, any ally that you choose, any ally within 10 feet, you know, you choose your method of decision, right? But it's meant to be a whole party solution. But however often you would allow to use this, and it would definitely not be once per day, this would definitely be like maybe a one time and then it disappears. But you and X number of allies, based on a predefined method of how you choose them, act, or I don't know how you would say the verbiage in the book, but basically you and X number of allies within predefined position revert back to your last long rest, or essentially like treat it as you hit this button and you and your whole party basically go to as if you just came out of a long rest.
I really like that idea. Somebody brought that idea up, like an instant long rest, or like there was some sort of like item that like basically gave. I think that would super,
because to me that would work for someone making death saving throws. You survive. Like and not just to one, a long rest would have healed you. Like I think so everything you get, wizards and spellcasters would get their whatever
full set of
whatever
spells
they
left.
Get, whatever you get at a long rest would happen. Anything that resets at a long rest doesn't matter. Like I would think that this would be so dope that when you do this, it's basically, if you guys ever used to play Overwatch, it'd be like the OG Mercy Res. It's just half the team's dead, you're almost out of life, everyone's out of spells, it's only halfway through the BBEG combat, and you're just like, it's better than a second win. It's like everybody's up at full, and it's like, no, we don't want, like, it's basically your one-time get out of jail free card. You give this to them if they earn it, and it's like, this is it. You get one time in this game. where if everything is going to go towards TPK, you get one chance to just absolutely turn the tide and fucking annihilate. I would be way okay with that because honestly, if you knew it was a one-time deal, and again, you put in the premise
even,
like it resets
even if it
once
wasn't just a one-time deal, like I kind of like the idea like that it recharge. You can only attempt to recharge it once a day. You can only attempt to, and you have to roll percentiles. And if it gets into the 90th percentile or something like that,
I got something better. It recharges when you level up. It's attuned. It's an attunement item, and it only recharges when you level up because it's attuned to you.
Okay.
So literally, it's like you could just use it as often, and that would make sense because then in game that could suffice for weeks, months, years. That could suffice for the idea that this is like a Dragon Ball, right? It goes a mute, but when you, the attunement, earn enough XP and level up and gain experience, this thing reinvigorates itself and says, I got you, bro. I could totally see that working because then it's once per level up. And that's usually based on benchmarks. So this thing is dope enough to keep around, but it's never going to be spammed. There's no possible way to spam it.
I'm not mad at per level up.
That might be it. I'm curious. Anybody in chat listening, I'm curious what you think about that reset value. Because we're talking about like a really big item here, right? Where I'm talking about this is not your everyday magical item. This is like you gave them a side quest, or they pulled off something amazing and you wanted to give them some special treasure, or they got like some divine intervention bullshit and this was their gift.
Sure.
I'm saying that this is definitely like, you don't give this to them at level 1, or you do. You give this to them at level 1 for like, if you really have like one of those high powered gameplays that you want to do.
Sure.
And this is like the gift from their family. That's like their family heirloom, but you don't tell them what it does until they finally use it.
Right.
So shit like that, right? Like this is definitely, I look at this and I'm like, I would not mind this being a game changing item, but it has to be one of those like, because I mean, I know some DMs, they could say like, if you could do this once per level, then basically I have to always plan for 2 major fights. And that's true, because usually you would just keep
2 major fights per level, because you should be having way more than 2 major fights per level.
Yeah.
Like that's fine. Like if
I'm just trying to think of what can you argue about, like, because I know players would be like, that's not long enough. I'm like, but you got to understand, this is a very powerful weapon.
I'll say early on, if you have this at level 1, you might get to use this pretty often. But even then, if you're using it pretty often at level 1, what are you really getting out of it? Like 10 more hit points?
Well, and on top of that, what do you I mean, either you're just combating really shit rolls, which again, this could be just the oh shit button. Like, hey, I'm getting shit rolls today. I don't really want to TPK because my dice. But at the same time, at level 1, what are you fighting? What are you doing as a player to constantly get into shit that is like your DM just overpowering these fights? Or are you just picking fights with things that you shouldn't, right?
Sure.
Actually, yeah, I could see the argument going both ways. Let's see. It's a joke, get out of jail free card, but the cost is the DM can, if they want, shift something in the world. Yeah, I don't mind. Like, you could add like a curse or something where if you do this, then like something bad happens, like later down the road.
Interesting.
So that you just, every time you use it, you could alter the world in an unknown way. Then the problem with that, though, a beautiful idea, very difficult to write in such a way that makes it universal for any DM to pick up. You know what I mean? Like, being able to res the entire party once per level is a pretty easy thing to keep in mind, right? It's a once per level ticker. If you don't use it, then you don't use it. And if you do use it, then awesome. You have to wait till you level up to use it again, right? Like that's and realistically, that actually harkens back to an old school ruling where things like picking locks and stuff used to be limited to only 1 try per level. So there were certain things in second edition.
Oh yeah, that's
like
true.
Learning spells, you could only learn if you tried to learn a spell and failed learning it, you'd have to wait till your next level to learn it again. So yeah, that could technically work as like an old school thing. Plus, I really think an entire party res. You know what I mean? Like how do you think it? What do you think the limit should be? Should it be radius, or should it be line of sight, or should it just say the party and just let it just dictate an unknown amount? Because you got to think of like, what if someone's not there? What if they're banished? What if they've been dead and you had to leave them behind? Like, what factors do you want it to be limiting, or do you want this to basically just be like a no? Like, do you want this to go so far as, let's say early on before they found this item, let's say there was a party member that died and they made a new character, but they were still in the party and the party still talks about them, and then they get this item and use it for the first time. Should the original party member come back? I know that would be way too much for most people, but that would be hilarious.
I don't think it should be able to affect death.
So after death saving throws, it's done. It's
once you fail your last death saving throw, you need a resurrection spell.
Because a long rest wouldn't.
Long rest is not gonna cure death.
Then it's the longest rest.
It's the longest, 100%. Unless you got revivify.
Okay, so that's totally fair. So this would only bring back actively alive,
or unconscious,
and only to the extent a long rest would help them. If they were afflicted by anything a long rest wouldn't undo, this shouldn't help. So again, like a broken bone. Like if you had a condition, that long rest does not help a broken or a maim or a missing leg. Like,
it's not necessarily going to get rid of a disease you have.
Correct. It's just all benefits of a long rest on the party. So maybe line of sight then. Because I feel like the only downside of doing a radius is it's a little bit more like, it makes it a little bit more tactical, but at the same time it kind of, I don't know if we should limit its benefit. Like the whole point is to be that oh shit, but should it be a oh shit on positioning, or should it just be a as long as we're all on the same battlefield, I got us?
I'm kind of torn between both. I definitely like them both. I like the idea that it's a radius, like it's just this little shockwave of energy that just hits anything within the range. And the person that's attuned to it gets to decide the people that are qualified as allies. But I also kind of like the idea of any ally within line of sight of this object when it goes off.
Right, because it's like a blast radius. So if you're behind something, then the blast wouldn't hit you, right? But okay. So line of sight.
I'm
So in terms of if we're going that route, then I think who made it, I wouldn't mind this being like, you could do like the God of Chance. You could have something like that. I don't know.
Is it assuredly God level from your perspective?
I'm trying to think, is there any other spell that no other spell does this much. Like we have mass heal, right? Which could give a lot of health. We have some spells that can minorly give back spells, I believe. I believe there are certain ways that you can kind of grant like extra magic, but I don't think there's anything to the extent that this replenishes, because this is replenishing health. Well, I guess what else is it replenishing other than health and spells?
Health, spells,
actions.
Now it depends on how far you want to extend this. If there's items, they get back charges after a long rest. Are we qualifying that?
Oh yeah. So I think
that's on somebody.
Yeah, I think anything that would count for a long rest within the party. So then that would make it even more powerful. So I would say that it would have to be godlike, or you would have to make this like an artifact or a relic. You'd have to make this like unknown ancient magic, or just make it divine. Because I mean, look at it too. It looks alien. You could even just write this in that it's an unknown artifact from an unknown universe, or no, the lore has been, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't look like it belongs here. So I wouldn't mind just kind of making it it fell through, space and time kind of thing.
So,
or plain, yeah, just like another, like, okay. The one attuned to its level affect its radius. I don't know if I'd want, I don't know if I'd want like the radius to matter at that point. I don't know. No, I don't think that the wearer should affect how powerful it is. I think it should just be a static power, right? Because kind of like what Kage was saying, if you're low level, what's it really getting you? 10 HP, right? But that's the whole point, right? It doesn't really matter what level you are, it does the same thing. So I don't know if I would want it to have different effects based on the level. which is ironic. I know that we talk a lot about things that should level up, but something this powerful, I think it should just be more simple. I think it should just do the one thing, and that's just it, right? Kind of like think about it as like the the ring from Lord of the Rings, right? Doesn't really do anything different than what it does. Doesn't matter who puts it on, it does what it does. Like it has its power. So I kind of feel like that's what this thing does, right? Like it has its power within it. It just needs someone to use it. It doesn't discriminate on power level. It will just, again, it will long rest you regardless of who you are. You and all your items. So I think that would deserve to be deity level or at least artifact. Unknown ancient type of knowledge. That doesn't really sound like any. I just don't know if I buy even a 9th level spell. Like, you know what I mean? Like a 20th level wizard being able to really pull that off.
Do you think a 9th level spell, like just say the entire description of the spell is target creature experiences the full effects of a long rest? Do you think that is a 9th level spell worthy? Or do you think it should be? I honestly think that could be qualified as a 7th level spell. Maybe 8th.
A single target. Maybe I could see an argument for 8th. 7th would be pushing it, because that's, again, you got to imagine that the one spell itself has to be able to give you all your potentials back, right? So it's refreshed. So if you have 5 spells, my one spell has to refresh all of your spells. So that's why I'm like pushing.
But isn't what the spell's doing affecting your body and your body only, and your body is what has the ability to
right? But again, you're talking
spells.
about like sorcerers, warlocks, like you're basically affecting anybody that can do anything, and then you're also talking about recharging their items. So even a 9th level spell on one target, I totally agree. One target, maybe. This being any ally within line of sight, that feels like a little bit more powerful.
Okay.
So I would have to say, but then again, most people or some, I know some DMs out there aren't thrilled with just bypass or just defaulting straight to godhood, or they don't like having god influence. So even just having this as an artifact, just an ancient one-of-a-kind item that was found, or again, you can have the lore that it, dropped through the dimensions and the planes, and here it sits. No one knows where it's from. Like, I kind of feel like this deserves not having, I mean, again, unless you're going to give it to a certain deity. Like if I were going to give it to a deity, this would probably go to the deity of chance or a deity, well, probably not the deity of chaos, because it does only one thing. I would say that this would probably be best with like the god of chance, or even the lesser god of second chances. Like, this would be something that those gods would create to basically be like, this is my proof that second chances work, that everyone deserves one, and watch what happens when you can, when the right person gets a second chance, right? And that's how I would interpret it if it were made by a deity. Otherwise, I feel like this feels better as something that doesn't feel like it should exist here. I feel like the description that you give it to your players is, this doesn't feel natural. It doesn't feel like it belongs here. It feels like it doesn't exist properly here. You know what I mean? It feels alien. It feels foreign. But that's why
I do agree with that.
Epically powerful. It does something that you can't imagine, right? It doesn't just recharge your magical items. It literally treats you as if you had a full rest. Like, your entire essence just revitalizes. Like just because imagine what a long rest really is, right? Imagine everything that washes it. Like, everyone gets the epitome of what a true second wind is. You are back. It is that anime. Remember that anime subclass that we did forever ago?
Oh yeah.
Swordsman. That's the epitome of like that moment where everything's about to be done and everyone just wipes the blood off their lips, stands up and says, "You know what? I am not left-handed." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's like the whole party.
Let me actually
right?
start to try now.
And that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's where this has to be something like, it has to be something big. And I feel like there's nothing in the current D&D lore outside of a god that would explain it. So therefore, I feel like artifact feels better. And it's a lot easier to drop into other people's lore to basically let them
They can
decide
have whatever they
where
want it to be that explains its existence.
Yeah, because this is something that's so powerful. Like, and I may want to give it to a god, but if we just say it's an artifact of unknown origin, they can decide if a god made it. They can decide if a dead god made it. They can decide if this thing just has always existed. They can decide that this thing fell from another dimension, right? Like if you just say unknown origin, that and it feels like it doesn't belong. Because we talk about like give enough lore that gives me something to use, but also something that lets me build off of. And I feel like giving this a description of an alien feeling object that appears as if it doesn't belong in this universe or in this reality, right? For any Doctor Who fans out there, I feel like this should be the magical equivalent of the void ship the Daleks used to travel between the dimensions. That gold sphere that has no mass, no weight. You can see it, but it doesn't exist. I feel like that's what this should be magically. In all ways proper, it doesn't exist. And it doesn't feel like it should exist here. But there it is, and it works. And if you attune to it, you don't know why, but you know how to use it. I love the idea of like, that's the description, is once attuned, you just know how it works, but you can't explain it. And when it operates, you just know that once per level or once per, great achievement, you can call it.
So let's go back real quick and talk about how it exists in the physical world then. Is it something that's floating around with you? Is it something that you keep in a pocket dimension? Is it something that you have to like hide somewhere? Because it will be something that you carry around with you.
That's true.
It will be something that you use in a moment of combat. Like weirdly enough, I have this idea that like this thing like shrinks into like to a locket, but then when you open the locket, it like pops out and it'll like sit there. And so like you can like keep it in like a pocket or like whatever the case may be. You can keep it on you, but like it goes into this locket and goes dormant until you level up again after it's been used, type deal. So but I would say, I don't know how I feel about that. I would say if you choose to unattune to it, you can't go back. So it's not like, hey, I'm not gonna level up for a while and I want to attune to this other thing, so let me just like swap it out real quick.
Oh,
so
it's
I can have
permanent attunement.
Either it's a permanent attunement, or once you unattune to it, you can never attune to it again.
I kind of like the idea of a permanent attunement, like it binds to you.
And I do too, but I also know that can be kind of hard. It's like, oh, so once I attune to this, like I'm fully locked out of a slot forever for the rest of the game, for rest of Everdom until.
I mean, you could make it to where that's not a surprise though. You don't have to make that unknown.
Sure.
Like
sure.
You can make that part of the process of, as you begin to feel attuned to it, you feel that there's no going back. Like if you proceed, this is a permanent attachment.
I could see that.
Like there's no, again, only a dick DM would be like, haha, fuck you. You weren't the right person for it. But there's a way that you could add in that during the attunement process, just let them know like, hey, this feels like it's going to get permanent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you could feel this reaching out and attaching to your soul. This won't let go. You can feel it binding to you. Right? Like this is not a normal description of an attunement, right? You could really go and lean in and be like, you have one chance you could feel.
I mean, shit, maybe
back away.
It would make a lot of sense. Maybe you have to attune to this thing over a long rest instead of a short rest.
Well, and maybe you could just say it's like the whole point is like it siphons off of your XP. So while you don't technically calculate it, because it's all about benchmarks, maybe what it's really doing is like a leech. It siphons off every tiny little bit of XP. Every 10 you get, it gets one. Or every 100 you get, it gets one. And when you level up, it's gotten enough to reset itself.
Got you.
You know what I mean? Like you could add it there, or it's just leeching off your soul. So when you die, it needs a new host, right? It could literally just be, you could just call it a parasite. Like maybe it itself is an entity. Maybe it's a parasite that leeches off you. And when you activate it, all of that stored energy, like can be, and it's just, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of different ways if you can decide why and how it works. Because that's like, once you say unknown origin, unfortunately it does kind of open up to just, it works. Like, does it need to have a reason? But I do agree. I really like the idea of a permanent one because of how powerful it is. And any level that's a good decision, right? No matter what level you are, that's a hell of a decision to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, attaching yourself to your soul, you would ever relinquish control of it. You feel like it would take a part of it with you, therefore never be able to reattune to it. So yeah, that it could be that. So it's either permanent or if you unattune to it, you can't reattune to it.
Yeah.
That makes that I get that. But do you get your attunement slot back, or does it take your attunement slot?
I would say you get your, because that's the whole purpose of unattuning to it. Is
That's
like
fair.
you get your attunement slot back. You're saying, all right, I'm willing to no longer have this huge advantage to get my attunement slot back and go a different route. You know?
Yeah, I feel that. Okay, so we have so the material can feel, looks like stone, but it looks like stone but moves almost like a snake.
Moves like liquid stone.
Yeah, moves like liquid stone. Unknown origin, definitely a relic or an artifact level. And then obviously what can it do? So I think that we're comfortable with what it can do. I think that being it, right? It is a line of sight, once per level, you and any ally within sight, or any ally that you designate within sight, gets all benefits. Well, so once per level, how does it activate? Just by a reaction? I think reaction's fine, because it is kind of like one of those things. Or do you think this needs to be a full action? Do you think this needs to be a full of like Doctor Strange, Eye of Agamotto, like I'm doing this right now, like turning the tides?
I still genuinely, and again, maybe I don't necessarily think that what you get out of it is theoretically big enough for what we're asking, what I am about to ask, but I still like the idea of 1 or 2 rounds of preparation before you can activate this thing. Meaning you have to unlock each one of these rings around this centerpiece before you can activate it. And so like somebody's got to protect you for 2 or 3 rounds while you're trying to turn this thing on. And again, like I said, I don't know if this is the item to do that with.
I love the idea what you're talking about, because yes, we've talked about that a lot, where there's not a lot of time-based things that take a while. I would like that to happen, but I feel like if this is the whole,
I feel like it should do more if that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, and on top of that, this really isn't something that you're really gonna have time to plan for. Like the whole point is to, everyone's about, basically this is the idea. It is the pinnacle of people are about to die, and we need to turn this around, right? So I feel like a full action is totally justifiable because of how powerful it is. And kind of like you said, if it's more like a locket that you have to open up or whatever. I also don't mind, like, once it's attuned to you, it can like basically like become part of you, and then you just summon it like almost out of your chest.
Yeah.
But like the idea being like, I could totally justify an action, but I also absolutely can see the arguments for a bonus action and a reaction. Simply because imagine if you are about to get the killing blow and be like, can I spend my reaction right as I'm getting the killing blow to pop this thing? You know what I mean? Like right before I die, I do it. We all get up. I'm still going to take the hit, but I'm going to take it as if I were at full health. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's kind of the moment you think about it.
I do like the idea of a reaction.
And kind of like the Galaxy Quest thing, right? It's that whole thing of it's kind of meant to just make a mistake, go, you know what I mean? Like it's that in the moment. I feel like if you made this anything more, I could totally justify all 3. You know what I mean? I can absolutely justify all 3. I think it would be more useless as a bonus action, because bonus actions I feel are usually reserved for things that you do in tandem,
in combination with something else. Yeah.
But this isn't in tandem. This is either a reaction, as in you're about to die, or your buddy just went down, or the other guy just failed his second saving throw. Like there's a lot of reasons why you would be like, okay, I need to trigger it now.
Mm-hmm.
But having to wait till your turn could be the difference between him failing his last saving throw, or, I don't know. Like, you know what I'm trying to say is like, I don't know if waiting for your turn to be able to do a full action, or because you can do reactions that are not on your turn, right? If you still have a reaction.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, because you can do a reaction on anybody's turn.
Yeah.
But you can't do an action on anyone's turn. So you know what I mean? It's like, that's where I feel like should you be able to do this only on your turn or at any time? That's, I guess, the big question, because a bonus action doesn't make sense. But do you feel, and chat, feel free to chime in on this, do we feel like this needs to happen on the player's turn, or is this one of those true, you're essentially giving the party a get, because reaction could still not be there. You could have taken an opportunity attack and then not have your reaction available. So
I will say I don't mind reaction, but I feel like action would be a little bit more thematic, a little bit more intentional, a little bit more like that anime moment where you're getting back up again. Like you got punched, you got knocked down to the ground. Now it's my turn again.
I mean, even
now,
eating a sensu bean feels more like an action. That doesn't really feel like a reaction. Eating a sensu bean feels
very
more
much
like,
so.
I mean, even it's that whole, it's like, I gotta pop
sensu
it.
bean's kind of like taking a potion. Like you gotta put that stuff on your turn, So
okay, let's make it an action. So it's an action to do. Every ally within. Okay, so as an action, once per level, every ally within eye shot and their items all receive the benefits, full benefits of a long rest. Yeah, once per level, as an action, you can activate this thing, and every ally, including their items within line of sight, gets the full benefits. That is overpowered as fuck, but I think in the right campaigns could be so awesome.
Okay. Interesting.
So we have a question. So now after they've used this, does that mean they now also have to wait the right time to take a long rest again?
I would say,
I mean, I would assume that I would just treat it as it depends on the gaming table. At this point, I would assume, because some gaming tables treat long rests as thematic and as actual played out, right? They go to a tavern, they go to camp, they do things. Other people just say, if nothing's happening, we take a long rest.
I think the question is more regards of mechanically, because if you go more than 24 hours without taking a long rest, you're starting to risk levels of exhaustion.
Correct. Yeah.
So the question becomes, when's the next time I'm required to take a long rest?
I would say it resets. I would say it resets. Again,
I would agree with that.
And again, because the verbiage states you receive full benefits from a long rest, you treat it as if you literally you woke up and rolled initiative. Like that's the idea. In the middle of combat, you literally come out of long rest with all benefits. So I 100% believe that it should reset. You now, granted it, and then going into the how long do you have to wait, that is per the table. If your DM allows you to take rest, fine. You know what I mean? If you can take 2 long rests in an hour apart, hey, your DM lets you. But if you were to play realistically, you would feel as if you were long rested. You'd have no reason to go to bed. So if you use this, say right before sundown, you're probably up all night and you've just fucked your rhythm for the travel. So you could, as a DM, rule it that
early
way.
the next night if you want.
But yeah,
that's
in that ruling. As a DM, I would absolutely play with it that way. If you use this in the middle of the night, if you are dungeon delving and you use this, you have effectively taken a long rest, regardless of what time it is. If I don't know how many DMs these days use that concept for thematic purposes, but I would.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, that's all right. So if we're comfortable with what it does, what it's made out of, I mean, really, we didn't do a whole lot of detail, but it's kind of just a unknown item. We have a few details to describe it. So what do we want to call this? I don't think it should be named after a creator, because I think it's going to be best that we don't know where it came from. So we have the choice. Do we give it just a name that someone would have given it at some point based on like what it looks like, or do we want to give it a name that's more representative of what it does? Right? Like, do we want to name this, like the deck of many things, or do we want to name this Excalibur? That's what I mean, right? Like Excalibur is just a unique name for a magical weapon, but the Deck of Many Things is obviously directly based off of its abilities. So what type of thing you find this, right? You're the first person to discover it. You're part of all of like the, you found it in some ruins. You figure out what it does.
For this particular item, especially because of its origins, I like the idea of a unique name rather than one based off of its ability.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, so Void Artifact of Renewal. Interesting. So a name. What's the what if we named it a derivative? Because it's not, it's not quite well, it's not quite, not even a I say not quite, it's not at all like a cube. But what if we named it a derivative of like Tesseract?
Okay.
Like the Tessa orb or something. Like an idea of like the Tesseract meaning like, that's something that we can't comprehend. It's something beyond us. Maybe it's kind of a derivative of that.
I like the idea. I'm just trying to think of like what I would put there. You know what I mean? Like what would I put in a category like that?
Let me see if I can quickly find out. Where did we get? Let me look at the name. So like I want to figure out where we got the name from, and then see if I can like
Tesseract?
Yeah, like see if I can decode like how we could change it based off of this. Void Ouroboros. Ooh.
Ouroboros. I do kind of like that.
The Ouroboros. Like Ouroboros and Tesseract.
I do like that.
The Ouroboros.
I like that.
Like that just it sounds like something that doesn't belong here. The Ouroboros. Oh, okay. Let's see. So the name Tesseract. Why did he derived by terms combining two Greek words? Tesseris, meaning four, and Atticus, meaning ray. Okay, so because it's the 4D version of a cube. So 4-ray for 4-dimensional Tesseract. So that's where he was going with that, right? So if I can find the name of the Ouroboros, the origin of Ouroboros, then we might be able to figure out how to
I do kind of like, yeah. I also kind of like the origin of Astro, like coming from the astral plane type deals. It could be like a Astral Boros or something like that.
The Tessaboros.
Tessaboros?
What about the Tessaboros? Or did we like the Ouroboros better?
Kind of like the Ouroboros, but I'm even thinking like, because I know in a lot of words when they're combining things that they massage what it sounds like to make it more, to make it roll off the tongue better.
Orberact.
Okay.
Orbrick.
Orbrick?
The Orbrick. It sounds, again, because you got to think of how long ago this was found too, right? So it's like you got to think of like an ancient, like think about like, you know, I think about like languages a lot in that. So it's like thinking about uncommon, like not uncommon, but a non-common language, right? Not English.
Yeah.
Because I always assume that we always mentally common is English
For
most
the dead
players.
language?
I mean, there's Abyssal, you know,
like in Earth's history.
Oh, there's a couple
Latin.
of them.
Latin's the one I'm thinking of.
So that's what I'm thinking of is like, you know, the Orberic. Like, I'm just trying to think of like how like a different language would try to describe this thing. The Orberic doesn't sound too
Well,
Orbrax doesn't sound Orabrax? Get
especially
behind
because
that.
it's a little alien. It is ancient, but it's also foreign.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Darkwell. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. Yeah, but we're not going off, and this one's not going to be named off of what it can do. This one's going to have just like an actual title on this particular one. Because I feel like items that are named are that way are usually named because we understand them.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like, this is something that doesn't belong here, doesn't really exist. So it's something beyond comprehension. So we really need to like give it, I feel like we need that reverence of what this could be. Let's see. What else? Trying to think of any other item, anything else out there that would be like, that would represent this.
This is always the hard part of crafting, especially when you're crafting without like coming from a specific place. Like a lot of the times when I build something, it's like, oh, I've got an idea for something, let me go make it. This is, oh, here's a thing, what do you think it is, type deal. So
Yeah. Well, and I'm trying to think of like, because, you know, usually things are named based off of influences about like the area, because you don't want to give it a name that's like too specific to something that won't fit in someone's campaign, right? So that's why you want to give it a name, like if you're going to give it like like Excalibur, right? Excalibur's very like, we know what that name means, but it's very neutral name, right? It doesn't give anything away, but it's also not so one-sided that you couldn't imagine hearing that anywhere, right? It's kind of a something that you could feel. Ooh. What about the Tessora Thera?
Tessora Thera?
Yeah. So you got the Tessera, or the Tess from 4, which is where you get like the 4-dimensional, I'm thinking like 4-dimensional object kind of thing. The Aura being Greek for tail, kind of like for the Ouroboros, and Thera meaning healing.
Meaning what?
Is Greek for healing. So it is like a 4th-dimensional healing orb, or healing like tail. Because remember, we said like kind of like chases itself like the Ouroboros, right?
Yeah.
Like, so I'm thinking of just like this 4th-dimensional thing that almost disappears and reappears, trying to shift on itself.
Is there a name for that 4D cube?
The Tesseract.
No, is that what it's called?
That's the Tesseract.
The one that like kind of goes in and out of
That's the
it.
Tesseract. Yeah, the whole point of the Tesseract is the 4-dimensional cube. That's what, whenever
I've been too indoctrinated into Marvel.
Well, and that's what they're technically, that's what it represents. Their Tesseract also represents like a 4th-dimensional object.
Yeah, but that's just a cube.
So here, I'll put it in chat. I don't think this is actually, this might be Tesorathera. I think that actually has kind of a ring to it.
I feel like I might want to like rearrange them a little bit. Tesorathera.
Because it does have kind of like, it actually has like a nice little etymology to it.
It almost sounds like it's a dinosaur.
I mean, it's
sure,
an ancient,
but
I mean,
it.
But I mean, you could even do something like,
when I look at this and when I look at that, I wanna.
So I mean, you could even do something like that. Or
what if it's Tessothera instead of like the whole aura? Like, I mean, yes, that's
Tesorathera.
it.
I mean, is it just? I mean, are you just worried that's too long?
Because
because I'm trying to like because you also want to name that like. Again, they're not gonna be saying it very often, but it does want to sound. It does want a ring to it. You want to have it kind of like stand out as something a little bit unique-ish.
I definitely agree.
I'm thinking also because like Tesorathera, maybe I like it too because it does give me a lot of vibes from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Sure.
The words and the names that they have in there, I think this is kind of giving me those memories. Because of like some of the planets and the things that they had in there, like just some of the weird ass names.
Yeah.
They were really all about doing really wonderful things with language. So, should we leave it up to chat? Should we let chat vote?
Sure.
Let's see what chat says.
This is the one that I was positing. But I also do kind of like, Tesothera is not bad.
All right, chat. We are putting a poll in. Give it 10 minutes. So we have 4 options for chat. I know we only have a couple viewers, but hey, if you're out in chat right now, go ahead. Let us know what name rolls off the tongue for you. What name do you feel an artifact of unknown origin that once per level can completely heal the party and their items, rejuvenate them as if there's a long rest? We have the Tesorathera, the Tesorthera, Ouroborect, or Orobrax. Cast your votes.
Yeah. So far, what is it? Number 1, we have it's an item. Number 2, what is it made of? We have it's I'm putting it flows like liquid stone. So liquid stone is kind of what I've come to terms with. What/who made it? It's an artifact from another dimension, so it's kind of
Unknown origin.
What's its lore? Also mostly unknown. It made its way here and it's potentially been used in some conflicts, but it just kind of is what it is. What's its name? We're deciding that right now. And then what can it do? It can give the party a long rest. You got to be within line of sight. It's any ally and whatever it is that they're wearing or carrying. And it's a one-time attunement, and I don't know if we decided whether
it should be permanent. It should be a permanent attunement, and if you ever unattune, you cannot reattune to it.
Okay,
that should be part of it.
So yeah. Okay.
All right. So I think it's, unless anybody randomly comes into chat and throws the vote off, I think the Orabrax is going to win it.
Orbrax? Okay.
The Orabrax is going to win it for 2 votes to 1. Would you agree with Darkwell?
I did not vote.
I did. I'm the only one for the one that I'm the only one for my name.
Oh,
so it's
I figured I didn't want to be biased. I wanted to let them.
You're biased on every other vote.
That's in the Discord, okay? That's for different things. That's for different things.
Ah, thank you. It sounds cool to say in the moment. Yeah, I mean that's where most names come from. It's just what sounds cool. All right, cool. So that is what I think we're only going to get to 2 of them because that was like an hour and a half.
Oh, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
That's way longer. I thought we were going to be breezing through these.
So I will say, just so we know, this was one of the random ones that I had come across. One of the submissions that I.
Oh, was it? Oh, this is one of the random ones that you did. Okay, nice.
There's another one that I put in there. But there's theoretically 2 pictures, and they're both of daggers.
Oh.
And my idea when I found them was that either they're like different modes of the same dagger, or they're like a pair of daggers. So I don't know if you would want to put them together if we happen upon one of them.
Okay,
but it'll be up to you. We'll just see what the dice say next time, and you can go check it out if necessary.
Next time. Yeah, that was a fun item. All right, so shall we do one more?
Let's do one more.
Let's do one more.
For sure. I'm excited.
All right, let's get the dice out. We have 12 items left. Let me double check. Okay, nothing's been resubmitted in Discord, so we have all the 12 items remaining. Let's find out which item we will be reading. Item number 8.
8. Wild. All right, let's go.
You're fucking kidding me. I think I'm gonna re-roll. I'm pretty sure this one's yours too. Because the other one I had just labeled orb thing. This one's just labeled orb.
Oh yeah. That's one of mine.
And I think I know which one it is. So I'm gonna re-roll because I at least want someone out there.
Variety,
like,
yeah. Let's get a community submitted one.
All right, number 12.
That's gotta not be one of mine.
Oh no, this is not one of yours. Not the one I was hoping that we'd get to, but that's fine. This one actually should be a lot of fun.
Oh, very nice. If I recall, this one was submitted by Hecate.
Yes, I believe so. Boom. Here is what we are working with next. We are working with a sword. Looks like a rapier. We have a rose theme throughout the blade. We have a rose and thorn themed hilt and guard.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Okay, so it's a weapon.
It's a weapon.
I think we're all okay with it being a weapon.
I am immediately. I don't know if you've ever watched Yu Yu Hakusho, but I'm immediately getting vibes of that like rose whip sword that the one redheaded kid has.
Oh, okay. So I wasn't even thinking about that. My first thought went to, again, I love how our brains work, because my first thought went to Bleach and the Bankai.
Oh.
Because the one dude's sword turns into all of the petals.
The petals, yeah.
And they just, like, they're razor sharp.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about.
Okay.
What's up on the cards? How you doing?
Very interesting.
So, yeah. So, this one's fascinating. Okay, so, it's a weapon. That's easy. So, what's it made out of? So, we're looking at anything, obviously, steel, alloy, titanium, platinum, silver, obviously some sort of metal. I'm not seeing immediately anything overly magical about it just yet. Like in terms of like, there's no obvious,
nothing innately necessarily. It could just be ornate.
But we do have this inlay of red that I kind of want to talk about real quick because, you know, I've seen plenty of things like silver tips or silver cores. So when you sharpen the weapon, you know, silver comes out and has like, you know, for any creatures that are against silver or anything else like that.
Sure.
You know, same thing with iron and all of that. Like you can make the blade almost anything that you want. But when you have an inlay like this, we have a couple different options, right? It could just be a coloring. It could be a gem, though the way that this is cut, that looks a little bit less gem-like. You know what I mean? It doesn't really look like crystals or anything. It doesn't really look like cut gems. But yeah, it's very interesting because it's like, it shows off it's like all of the red is showing off the void around the roses, right? Like it's not the red that's making the roses, it's the lack of it, right?
So that immediately gives me this idea, like, I think it would be so cool if the roses like drank the blood of their enemies to like power up.
I was thinking the red should
like
be like the red should be blood.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that. You know, you had brought this up. I don't think this would work. This would be more for a high point construction, so we probably won't go this route. I don't think this would be very accessible to 5e.
Okay.
But I almost want to make this like a dual wield. I want this to be a rapier. But if you can actually see, it's not quite a rapier. It's actually a longsword with this modified guard. Because if you actually look here,
I do see what you're saying.
There's actually
the
a regular cross guard from a regular longsword. So I'd almost want to make this like what you said, where it looks like a rapier or a weird longsword with a weird guard. But if you grab it, the wielder can actually rip it off, and that becomes their whip. Might be too hard for 5th edition, but I'm just saying that would be kind of cool to have like two weapons.
You can make that work.
I'm almost thinking too, like you mentioned blood, right? Now I'm starting to think like when you grip the handle, the vine actually like cinches down. So like you can get benefits like you
also,
can't be
like,
disarmed.
You're feeding it your blood.
And then after maybe so it's one of those things where maybe when you wield this weapon, maybe it's a cursed weapon. Maybe like this weapon does like 1d4 -1 damage to you every round. But after X number of rounds, you like start doing extra damage.
I even like the idea of it'll do this damage to you until it's drank a certain number of hit points. And if it doesn't get it from the enemy, it gets it from you.
Oh, I like that even better.
And then once it reaches a certain number of hit points, then its really big benefits kick in. And then like maybe it gives you temp HP. It won't like heal you. You'll still be down hit points if you took any damage, but you get temp hit points. You'll get bonus to attacks and damage and stuff like that.
Okay, I'm liking. Okay, we'll get to that one in just a second. I'm liking this idea. Okay, so okay, so what do we want to make this out of? Do we want to make it special, or do we want to make it kind of somewhat mundane? The base material. Do we want to make this like a silver weapon? Do we want to make this like a titanium or a platinum weapon?
Well, I might want to ask you a couple of questions first. Meaning, because I'm kind of going to the what's its name, and it almost makes me feel like this might be named after a creator. And if that's the case, then it might have been like a sword that they used.
Yeah, I was thinking it should be off the ability, because I'm thinking cursed item. I'm actually thinking this item should be cursed.
I mean, you could curse an item that came from somebody theoretically, like depending on how they used it or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds weird to name something that's like, I don't know, like the curse itself seems to
Strahd's cursed sword or something like that.
Yeah, you know? Sounds a little bit weird for me. But yeah, so I'm liking the idea of I don't mind the idea of somewhat of an exotic metal.
I don't either.
I I don't know if D&D has any specific exotic metals off the top of my head.
I mean, outside of adamantium, not really.
Ooh. We're just making adamantium then? Just go big.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's make it adamantium because that looks like a cool. That looks like I want to make this something that would stand up to this image, right? So let's make it adamantium. I like that. So let's just make it an adamantium sword, right?
Okay.
What or who made it?
Are we considering this a longsword or a rapier? Or have we not decided yet? Or
haven't
is
decided
it
just
kind
yet.
of a hybrid? Okay.
I don't think we've decided just yet. It looks to me more like a long sword with a guard, which I'm okay with. But again, I think with the guard is going to be more of the effect than it is anything about the actual design. So I think it's just going to be a long sword. I think we'll just treat it as a long sword.
Because a longsword you can theoretically in 5th edition hold with 2 hands. That sword doesn't look like you can
So it'll
hold
be a
with
short
2
sword
hands.
then, probably. Or a bastard sword. Well, no, I think a bastard sword's one hand. Yeah. So we'll just say short sword then. Because again, it has that cross guard, and it's not really, I mean, I guess realistically, looking at the proportions, it's probably not that.
Sure.
We can call it a short sword. That's fine.
Yeah.
Short sword works.
I still think rapier could be a decent option. Just because of what they can do, and it's a finesse weapon.
Yeah.
And not a lot of things are finesse weapons. So depending on what it eventually does, if we want to open this up to be used by a rogue.
I mean, you could always just change. I think you could just always change that if you really wanted to, though.
I mean, you can just give it the finesse property if you want to give it the finesse property, but
if I'm going off of what it looks like, it's technically not. Like, the guard makes it look like a rapier, but it's actually not built like a rapier. Like, the blade's not really rapier built.
I will say I've seen a wide variety of
I mean, you can
weapons.
fence with a lot of different weapons, but a rapier is still a more specific weapon. So I would call this a short sword for this particular case. But again, you could pretty much put this on any type of weapon. I don't mind this being mortal. I don't think that this has to be like divine, but I do think that the lore would I want to put it in the lore that made the curse. Like, it wasn't intended to have a curse. I want it to be like, it's been through so much trauma, it's taken so much lives that it literally began to feed. And it's just one of those things, like, I want that lore to come about like it was used for such evil that it became cursed.
I definitely like that, but that to me also leans into the idea that this thing is what it is because of who used it first, because of who turned it into this thing, because of who wielded this thing into its current state. And maybe they died with it, or maybe whatever ultimate deed they ended up doing with it.
But it could also just be like a lineage thing. It could have passed 1,000 hands, and it has the lineage that whoever wields it goes crazy. Like, again, could be both. It could be the person, but I'm thinking it's more of one of those, it's been around so long that it's just known that if you wield this, you're going to rise to power, but you're probably also going to fall massively, and everybody who wields it thinks they're going to be the one to overcome the fall. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of like the idea of, again, it corrupts people. I don't mind it having a badass originator, but I also like the idea that it's like, it was so coveted that because it was coveted is what gave it the power. Because that's how at least power works, like in High Point, right? It's like you can have so much put towards it, right? Like so much belief that you basically feed it power, like over enough amount of time. So, okay, so in terms of what made it, I don't mind it being made by, we don't have to put a name to it, simply because, again, that doesn't always work for everybody else, but I don't mind it being made by like a legendary or master blacksmith kind of thing. You know what I mean?
No.
Or commissioned by like an elven blacksmith in like, because you could do that whole layer where it's like under a full moon kind of thing where.
Are we saying that?
I don't think.
Because here's my mindset: is like, was this just a regular longsword, a regular ornate longsword when it was first created?
I think so. That's what that's kind of what I want it to be.
When I think of what made it, my mind goes to what made it what it is today, not like what physically crafted it.
Oh yeah.
If it was just a regular blacksmith that made a regular longsword, like for me,
but that's where the building of the lore comes in, right? So it's like, I'm just saying, like, I don't mind it being mortal made because I don't
Sure.
think this has to have been made by like a deity, right?
Sure.
So in terms of what made it, level of craft would have just been like a master blacksmith. But once it was made by, like whatever evil king or whatever who wanted it, it was the lineage that how it was used through its life that's eventually fed it power. So what you're talking about is like how it's made. I think it should have like a history of like death and destruction around it. Like wars were won with this thing, empires rose and fell because of this thing, and that's why it's cursed and has power. I don't think it should have been created with power. I think it's what I kind of like it to be one of those things where it adopted power over time. So yeah, I think that what would you call that then? Because again, instead of calling it created like a blacksmith, how would you write that in terms of how it was created? Like over generations of war?
I would say very similarly to Kitsugi's Resolve, like it was created by legend. Like it was created by its lore, like it was created by like the sand, like its journey through the sands of time, turning it into X, Y, and Z.
Gotcha.
That's I mean, I would find a different way to word it, like if I'm like writing up an item, but
okay, no, I get you. I do like that though. I think like it being crafted, it is a product of legend, right? Not of its creation. It's a product of legend. I like that. Okay, so I have a few ideas of what it can do. Do we want to do that first before we come up with a name, or do we want to try to come up with a name?
I definitely think let's come up with what it does first.
So what I'm digging is I kind of like this idea where you were going, where it's a if or situation, right? So I'm thinking I kind of want to go off of, I forget what the weapon is and who carries it, but there's a certain type of like dagger that a certain army force uses, where if I remember correctly, their whole like culture is based on not being able to draw the dagger unless you have to draw blood. And like traditionally, I don't know if they still do it, but
Not
traditionally,
being able to, or just not doing it.
well, like the whole point was if they draw their weapon, they have to draw blood. So there were stories at one point where they were so like serious about it, like it was such ingrained in their culture that if they drew and there wasn't combat, they would have to cut themselves, or they would cut themselves, because the whole ritual of drawing your blade requires you to draw. As in, it's not for any other reason than to do harm. So it's kind of the whole, if you're going to do it, you need to prove that there was a reason for it kind of thing. So there were stories about those that would, draw them and not have to fight. And then before sheathing, they would have to draw blood.
Right.
So going off of that idea that I remember, I kind of like the idea, not necessarily when this thing is unsheathed, but whether it like recycles at the start of each day or whatever, or at combat or a time frame. But I like the idea of when it first draws blood at a certain checkpoint, right? It needs like continue. So I kind of like the idea of like you're just carrying around as normal, right? So it's not like a continuously like trying to feed off you. But once like in combat, once you like hit an enemy, now it's like a tick down where if it doesn't attack an enemy and get the taste of blood every round, it will go after the wielder instead. Kind of like what you were saying, right? But then after it gets so much power, the wielder gets to do a lot of shit with it.
Yeah.
And I don't think it should take like forever to do, but like maybe it has to do so much damage in order to fulfill it. So after it does 10 points of damage, it can do something. But if it doesn't hit an enemy and do at least 1 point of damage each round, it will do 1.4, it'll do 1d4 damage.
So,
and I was thinking like that's the hilt, right? Like the guard is when you're wielding it, as you wield it, if you're not attacking people, it cinches on your hand.
See, I kind of like the idea the second you grab onto that handle, it grabs onto you. And
Okay.
and in order to start using it, it takes like an instant 5 points for you. It's just 5 points. It's a lot when you're early on, but it's nothing when you're later on. And then, like you're talking about, like keeping it going, it requires more and more. And then
if you're giving HP just to hold on to it, I'd say it has to give you something right out the gate.
I would say it does give you, it has its base stats, and its base stats are good, and like what it does is better than just a regular sword. But I would say that it definitely hits another level once it's drank enough and the roses change from white to red. Like it's almost like it sucks up the red in the rest of the sword and it goes into the roses. Wait, how many, can we see how many roses are on there?
It has 4 technically. Well, 3 on the hilt, and then there's 1
on the
ornate
blades.
one
How
here.
many on the actual blade?
5.
5?
So that'd be like 20 points of damage, 5 each.
I was almost thinking 50.
Like again, I don't know if I like it just by grabbing the blade, because again, I'm thinking more old school mentality of like actually like, you know, narrating the game. Like every time I touch my sword, it's gonna like grab me, right?
But again,
I feel like it should be more.
Unsheath it. It's like, what are you genuinely doing with your sword that you need to take it out of its sheath? That you feel like I'm gonna be taking damage when I don't want to. Like, what scenario are you going to be like, oh, I really, really, really wish I could unsheath my sword right now, but if I do, I'll take 5 points of damage.
I mean, again, intimidation, just literally a defense. Again, I talk about more of like thematics, right? If you're going to sit there, like, I'm never going to touch my sword because I know, like, I don't know. It just, for me, if it's automatically going to take it, it needs to be automatically doing something. Whereas if it's one of those, again, I can imagine just taking it out, doing the whole point at someone for intimidation, but until it tastes blood, then it's like, oh, I'm awake. Yeah. I need it. And that, because then it's combat started, right? Because then at least, again, in my opinion, from older gaming mentality, it lets you freely not think about the sword until it's actual combat time. It's once you actually intend to use it is when it becomes a problem for you. That would be the reason why I think it would be easier. But that's only because I think about those things. I don't know how many people would actually.
I think about those things. I view them differently. I would not say that. I say that would be a good restriction for someone to have. It's like, you don't, like, if you want to be intimidating, get another sword that you use for your intimidation. Like, you don't need to use this one, you know? Like, this feels like this is supposed to be, you're using this when you're serious. Like, when you're getting real with somebody, like, that's the mentality that I'm approaching this with. Appreciate it.
I just don't know if people are gonna play it like that though, you know, because I don't know if I love that idea of gameplay. Like, I love the idea of like escalation and having like multiple tools. I just don't know if the average 5th edition gamer would think to do it, right? I think most people who pick this up like have a different way. Like, again, I think the idea is, if you're gonna hold on to this, you're gonna be.
If you're thinking to pull out your sword for intimidation.
But just in general, I think the idea is no one's gonna really think about having more. Like, I think if you're gonna have this, I think most people would assume this is your primary weapon. So immediately they're thinking, anytime I touch it, I have to sacrifice 5.
But again, it's not just touch it; it's draw it, and it's like that's where I don't see the scenario. And these are the things that I look at all the time. Is why I'm always usually talking about player agency. But in this particular scenario, it's like, how often do I genuinely think I'm going to find myself in a scenario where I really, really, really want to pull and draw this sword or touch the sword, but I don't because I'm afraid of the consequences. Like,
I think it'll happen more in the player's mind than you think. So I think if you say that anytime you draw the sword, you have to give up 5. I think that will be weighing on the player more often than when you first draw blood.
I feel like that's the case for the same reason you say people don't understand alignment, is if they are understanding it inappropriately. And if that's the case, then you're understanding it inappropriately, and then then we can get to the point where you do understand it, so you're not going through that thought process in your mind.
But assuming that someone's, again, think about the idea, like someone's coming across this, you're not going to be there to explain it to them. So I feel like more people will look at this and go, I'm not going to take 5 points of damage.
The same is true with alignment. People just don't use it because they don't understand it. So it's
exactly. So I don't want to create something that is immediately going to be ignored. And again, I just don't know how many people would read it and go, well, what does it do if it's going to take 5 points of damage? Like realistically,
I definitely think we could, because we haven't even said what it does yet.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
I do a lot.
I wasn't planning on it doing so. I don't know if I can make it justifiably just immediately take 5 points of damage. I like the idea as it needs to take damage, but I don't know about immediately.
What level character can you see having this?
It depends on, again, more factors. But again, if you're going to take immediately 5 points of damage, I mean, I wouldn't want to have it before level 15. HP is way too.
You're talking about a 10th level.
I would not touch it at 10th level, not for 5 points. Again,
that's wild.
That's wild. It really depends. I mean, it depends on what it's going to do.
What kind of health pool you think you're going to have at level 10?
HP is so valuable at that point. Like, it doesn't matter.
I'm not saying it's not valuable. I'm just saying, like,
automatic 5 points of damage right out the gate.
What
just
kind of
to touch.
Pool do you think you're going to have?
Even at 100. Even at 100. 100 or less, I'm still not okay with it. Like, no, I'm not taking 5 points of damage just to draw my sword. Not if it's not going to do something major. And I was not planning on this thing doing that. Again, it's not supposed to be a uberly magical weapon. It's supposed to be a cursed weapon that gets a little boost from dealing damage, right?
Well, I mean, to be honest, it's supposed to be whatever we create it to be.
Yeah,
but it's like, what are we trying to build? Like, what are we trying to create? Like, I'm imagining this is a very, very cool and a very, very scary weapon that has some significant drawbacks if not used well / properly, right? And so if you want it to be more, not mundane, but more commonly approachable, I mean, we can make it gentler, but
I feel commonly approachable.
I'm just saying it doesn't need to be cursed then.
You know, it's not I mean, we've already established that it's not innately magical. It wasn't created to be magical, right?
Sure.
So the idea of it just sucking 5 HP, like if I mean, I know for me, if it's automatically going to say that, it needs to just wow me. Like, it needs to be better than just any other weapon that I can pick up. And I
you definitely have that a lot higher on your list than I do.
I absolutely do. HP is so much more valuable that I would not risk.
I don't doubt that HP is valuable, but
not right out the gate.
I feel like you're a lot higher than I am. Like, your slider is way fire.
100% it is.
I'm like, go for it.
I'm not giving 5 HP for nothing.
Here's the deal.
Like
I've been in a lot of 5th edition combat, and it comes and it goes so freaking fast. It's 5 HP at level 10 is not the end of the world. Not even a little bit.
I'm not giving it up just to draw my sword though. Like, no way. Not just to start the battle. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because what else would take your HP that way?
Live your life, bro. Go for it.
Yeah, no, you can't. I mean, live your life shorter. That's all I'm saying. Your life will be so much shorter.
Live your life, bro.
All right. So I do like the idea that it needs to either take yours or take the enemy's blood, though. Like, I think we're both in agreement that that's the idea of the curse. To use it, you need to keep using it, right? Like, once you use it, whether it's unsheathing it or doing the damage, we both agree that it wants to be used, or it's going to have an issue.
Sure.
So once it's being used, now we have to figure out what type of buildup is it having? Is it the amount of damage? Because you can't really like calculate how much blood it draws, right? Because again, we've even talked about this. Every time you hit doesn't technically mean you draw blood, do damage, blah, blah, blah.
So you don't want to tie it to mechanically the number of points of damage?
No, I don't want to tie it mechanically to blood draw, because there is no blood draw. Like, again, every time you hit doesn't quite necessarily mean you draw blood. So are we doing damage points? Are we doing successful hits? Are we doing, you know what I mean? Like, how do we want to justify, what does it need to do before it activates? Like, how many things does it need? Does it need points of damage, or does it need successful hits? Does it need a crit? Does it need over a 10? You know what I mean? Like, I just want to get an idea of, like, what does it need to do to qualify gaining a counter, and how many of those counters does it need? Because we know that it will take a counter from you. So again, is it just that it does damage? So whether it takes 5 points from you or 5 points from the enemy, it gets a counter, or does it matter how much?
It's hard for me not associate, especially with what it is. Like, if we're taking lore into account and everything that's here, it's hard for me to not associate it gaining its power from blood.
Right.
Now, I understand that not
Well, that's the visual I think we're going for is blood.
Right, but you just said that's not what we're doing.
I never said that. I said we're not calculating it off of. There is no way to calculate blood. Like there's no you just lost a pint of blood in that attack.
Right. No, I'm not like calculating like quantities.
That's what I'm saying. So since we can't really quantify it off of blood, and there is no identifiable you have drawn blood here, do we want to make it off of it needs 3 successful hits, or it needs 20? It needs to do 20 points of damage. Like what is the token that it needs to generate, and then how much of said token before it activates?
I am initially drawn towards number of hit points, but calculating that will very much depend upon like how many hit dice it does,
like damage output.
Damage,
I don't mind the number of successes. Like it needs to you need to successfully hit 3 times. That means you could attack 10 times, but it's not until you hit 3 times. It doesn't have to be consecutive. It just means that in this battle, until you hit something 3 times. And I mean, hell, we could even do instead of like whether or not we want to do upon sheath, or how about whenever you attack with it, if you miss, it takes points of damage from you. Like maybe to actually wield it, that's the idea, is it needs 3 successful hits to activate its ability. But if you miss, it's going to take damage from you. Now that doesn't help its ability. That doesn't count as a hit. Like, you know, it taking damage from you doesn't count as a hit. That's the degenerative factor of it.
I will say I'm initially drawn towards hit points because I feel like it'll make it a little bit harder. And what I mean by that is it's like, okay, if all I have to do is hit 3 times, if each one of those times I only do 1 point of damage, it still does the job, but they don't really feel any weaker because of it. But if I've done, you know, if I'm slogging through a bunch of minions and I've done, you know, 50 points of damage to all these guys, and now I've come up to the brute, the barbarian, the really, really tough guy. Now I've got my sword already. Now that I've moved through all his buddies, and I can like go hard.
So if we're gonna go off of damage points, then I would say it's gotta be at least, I would say something along the lines of like half of. Well, so would it have to be like damage equal to its? I was just realizing I was gonna make a complicated math problem, and then I realized that it's literally way simpler. Like I was like doing all this math, like we could do all this. I'm like, oh wait, no, it's literally just this. So what if it was like equal to its? Because you don't want to make it to where it's gonna take the whole battle, but you also don't want to make it to where they could do it out the gate.
Sure.
So wait, so 5th edition. Remind me, what does crit do? Just doubles your dice roll, or gives you...
So, according to the book, it's you double your damage dice. Basically saying if you would roll a 1d6 for damage, you now roll 2d6.
Okay, so you just double how much you roll, right?
Double the roll to damage.
So what if... So would it be too much to say that it needs to do twice its max damage before it activates? So if it has a D10, it has to do 20 points of damage. If we decide it's a D8 of damage, it needs to do 16. If it's a 2D8 of damage sword, it needs to do, you know,
do you
32.
Feel like 2 strikes is enough? 2 to 3 strikes.
And that's what I was
enough?
trying to think is like it has to do its. Well, I guess yeah, because you could still roll its max damage, right? So. That's where I'm trying to think of like how many, what I mean, because I wouldn't want it to activate immediately. Like I wouldn't want it to be on the first
max damage
hit.
times 5.
Oh, max damage times 5.
And then each one fills up a rose.
Okay, I see where you're going with that.
And maybe there's even abilities it can do if only 2 roses are activated.
Almost like if they were like just more counters or more charges
or something like that.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of having like something that can use 1 charge, something that can use 2 charges, and then something, or like 1 charge, 2 charge, and then one that uses 3 or all 5.
Yeah.
So it has like okay. So yeah, I like that. I'm just trying to think of like 5 times your max damage. Probably not going to proc every battle, but if you're rolling pretty well, you probably could proc that even more than once in a battle, depending on what you're fighting.
And if you're using the lower charge ones, then you can use those.
And if we're talking about it based off of the lore, that makes sense. Because if this thing was used to win wars, I mean, slogging through minions, activating an ability to slog through more minions to reactivate the ability would make this thing pretty legendary. You know what I mean? Like something that, because again, we're not basing the recharge off of time. It's literally so you could proc this as much as you can do damage. I mean, if you're fighting a dragon, that would be kind of cool to be able to just constantly have this thing proc every couple rounds because you're just slogging out that damage. Okay, so 5 times, 1 for each rose. So each rose is its max damage.
Yes, each rose is max damage.
And 5 charges. Okay, I'm digging this. So in that particular case, do we want this to do equal or more than the standard damage for the weapon type? Because I think a rapier does a D8, and a longsword, I think they both do a D8 actually. So I don't think it would actually matter. No, I think that's a D. Is it a D6 for a longsword? No. We said longsword was 2-handed, so it would be a short sword.
Rapier's D8. Short sword is definitely a D6. Long sword is a D8 or a D10. Because 2-handed is a D10, 1-handed is a D8.
Does 5th edition have a bastard sword?
No, not standard.
Other editions use bastard swords.
I don't think a D8's bad for this.
I think a D8 could be pretty strong.
I think a D8 is a.
I'm just trying to think of like, can we justify a D10 for the material? I mean, how we can again, it's like short sword, rapier, little combo, a fencing sword.
I mean, if you're gonna do the material, I'd give it like a static +1 to damage instead of like an increased die roll.
Gotcha.
Or +1 or +2 or whatever plus we're gonna get it.
So D8 +2, kind of give it. So then that would be its max damage is 10. Then we'd call it 10.
Yeah.
So it needs 50. So then 50. So 10. Yeah. So 10 damage per
rose.
That seems too easy. You know what I mean? It's almost seems too easy. But I wouldn't want to give this thing 2 damage die. Like I wouldn't want to make it like a 2d8 and then really like make it that. Yeah.
Unless like maybe once it's full, then it gets like an additional damage die, or maybe it'll get an additional damage type with a new damage die. So it'll do 1d8 slashing plus like 1d6.
I kind of like the idea that while it has full charges, it does more damage, but then once you lose the charge, you lose the damage. I like that. Okay, let's go with that. Let's go with a d8 +2 damage due to the material. And we'll say that it has 5 charges. Each charge requires 10 hit points of damage. I like that. I really like that. That's pretty clean.
So it's... then you said... did we decide what we wanted to do when it's maxed? Oh, wait. It's 5 charges.
Yeah, so 5 charges. So let's talk about what those charges can do. So I like the idea of it having like so should we have it like have static abilities, or do you want it to have like an economy where like if I have 3 charges, can I only do one thing because I have 3 charges, or can I have something that only costs me 1 charge and something that costs me 2 charges? Do we want an economy, or do we want it to have a set thing where if you have 1 charge, you can do this? If you have 2 charges, then you can do this. Like the idea is you have to level it up to
If it was going to be the latter, then I would say it relatively does the same thing, except more powerfully, or like an upgraded version of the same thing.
It just keeps getting more powerful.
Yeah,
more powerful. Gotcha.
So with 2 charges, you can do a more upgraded version of what you can do with 1 charge.
I think, again, because it's not innately magical and because it's more based on the curse and just needs to do damage, I don't mind it just getting increasingly better. So I don't mind the idea of like, so it's already a d8 +2. We need to figure out what each charge does for it, and then what it does. Like, do we want it to do something different at max charge, or should all 5 charges basically just be an increase from the last?
Ooh, let me ask you this. Would you say I have 2 charges. could I use the level 1 ability twice?
So that's the point is, do we want it to have an economy where you choose and each thing has a set number of economy, or is it you
If you
need to
have to,
charge
you have
it?
to use the 2 if you're
Yeah,
going to use it right
there's
now.
going to either there's going to be an ability at each level that you can use at that level, or there's going to be an economy where you have a selection of things to do.
So what comes to my mind is like, imagine if I've stabbed somebody with this thing. I want to like activate one of its abilities. I love the idea of it either like injecting thorns into them or planting seeds into them or poisoning them or something kind of to that effect.
And with that, what I'm thinking is because it's like this blade has gotten magic and power, its belief system of its own, right? Like it's got notoriety, right? The whole point is to become its own legend. I like this idea of it should be something that builds upon itself, because again, it's this idea that as you're mowing through your enemies, it's being soaked in blood and becoming more and more powerful, right? So I do kind of like this idea. I like less the idea of it has multiple things it can do with an economy, because again, it's not magic, right? It should just be absorbing to get to a higher state, not preparing you to do more with it, if that makes more sense.
But that's kind of what I mean. Is it's like, imagine the
like I guess what I'm saying is I don't necessarily think of it as a activatable thing. I think it's more of the more you do damage with it, just it gets more powerful. But I don't know if I look at it as these are charges that you control, as in maybe they're not spendable, maybe it just keeps getting more powerful.
Just drain it.
Yeah, so like once you get, so what if you did something like this? Only an example, because I don't actually like this idea, but it's the one that was going on in my head. It's an example. What if like at the first rose you get an extra d4 of damage, second rose a d6 of damage, so it's your 1d8 plus 2 with an extra and a d plus d4. Then it's the 1d8 plus 2 plus a d6, then a plus a d8 plus a d10, and then at the very end maybe it's like a plus a d12, a plus a d20, or you get advantage on like you get to choose, like again, it has like one capstone ability that would almost drain it. Because I do like this idea. I like the idea that as it gets more bloody, it gets more powerful, whether it does more damage. But I don't know if I'm feeling the idea that you would like burn a charge, because it's not what I feel like like the lore has said it was doing, right? The idea is this has done atrocities and people believe it's so evil that like as it does more, it almost like in their minds becomes more powerful and does more magic.
I do agree, but I also kind of like the idea of it's almost like I'm just slowly pouring out of a cup. I'm slowly draining these flowers one at a time as I'm like pouring them into the enemy. Like maybe I know I don't need to drain everything into you, but I'll say.
But what is it? What are you draining though? You know what I mean? Because it's more like
because the idea is it's like it's filling up with blood of your enemies, and then you're converting that blood that it's draining and storing into these roses into this magical energy, and then you're draining that magical energy that was stored up and releasing it back into them as extra damage, as thorns, as poison, as whatever it may or may not be.
I don't know if that really fits like the idea. That sounds just more like a magical weapon though. You know what I mean? That just sounds like something that you would like create versus something that would become just because it's done a lot of things, right? So I think that's where I'm trying to like I'm trying to think of like what would you imagine like this weapon that becomes so notarized for how much devastation it's caused. Like that's what I'm just trying to imagine. You know what I mean? I'm trying to more imagine of like.
So my vision again. This might just be because of how random my brain gets, but it's almost like imagine there was this one battle that was fought on this field, right? This field was just covered in these like maybe white roses, right? But then there was so much blood that got soaked up into them, and maybe the wielder of this weapon like eventually died, but then like these roses kind of like wrapped around him and his sword, and like he was almost like, I don't want to say undead, but like he just kept going, and like these things like wanted him to kill, to keep feeding them, to keep giving them more blood to satiate themselves, you know? And so now that's kind of what this sword is all about. Is it's like, hey, when you use me, I want you to feed me. I want you to be the one that draws the most blood, that does the most things, so we get the most use out of it. And then I will reward you with this magic whatever as a result. That's the initial thought process that I've been going.
And I think the reason why I'm hesitating is that it feels like there's too much intent. There's too much like knowledge there, right? There's too much like, again, it has intent, and I feel like that's like more of a sentient
the same way
item.
Like the lion wants to eat. The lion goes after the gazelle.
But still, yeah, I think I think that's not where my mind was going, because I was thinking more of like, this is an aura of faith, like more of like an aura of faith kind of thing, not like it in an entity of itself, right? Like it exists because of what people believe it in it, not necessarily like it itself had design. That's where I was going with like that lore idea of like,
okay,
again, it's like Excalibur isn't great because it itself is powerful, or it itself does anything. It doesn't have a mind of its own. It doesn't tell Arthur what to do, but its presence, its knowledge of what it of the idea that it is the sword of kings is what gives it power, right? And therefore, when you wield it, you have like a charisma bonus. Like you could just say like, whenever you wield it, you basically have like a 20 charisma. Like, that I could understand how you could explain what Excalibur is all about. It doesn't have to be a weapon, right? It doesn't, I mean, in terms of like Excalibur's power, you can easily say it doesn't have to be damage. Excalibur can literally be a charm spell. Like you could, honestly, I could easily see someone making the argument that Excalibur is just an illusionary focus. It's not actually a sword. It's just a spell focus that looks like a sword.
Interesting.
Because if you think about it, Excalibur is really just a rally cry, right? You see Excalibur and you get moral boosts. It doesn't really like do magic, but it is the thing that ideally would turn the tide of battle simply by being. And I kind of feel like I kind of want this to be that, but a little bit more, like in terms of like, because I also want to explain why it's cursed. Like I know I also kind of contradict myself here saying like intent, right? Like it doesn't know. But the idea of like, why is it damaging the wielder? Like, what is almost like kind of like a vial that's under vacuum. Like once it starts filling up, it needs to go full. Otherwise, there's like a problem. So maybe that's the problem, is once you unsheath it, once you start wielding it, and maybe that's okay. So maybe that's how we describe why it takes damage from you right at first, right? Once it starts getting wielded or unsheathed, it takes that initial blood. And the problem is once it's activated, it needs to get to full capacity or something bad happens. Like basically, if it doesn't get to full capacity, it will cinch on your hand and bleed you dry. So it will kill you. Basically, the cursed part is if you don't fill it up, it will kill you, or it will try to fill itself up. But once it's full, that's when we can give it like a capstone ability where it's like, that's how the only way to drain it. Like the safely drain.
If that's the case, then I wouldn't let people use it halfway through. If we go that route, I wouldn't.
It's a one, or it's like you have to fill it all the way
full
up
and then use it when it's full, because otherwise.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, like that's why I was saying like maybe it should grow. So maybe these aren't charges that you spend, but like once you have a full rose, it's a little bit more powerful. Like you said, like it grew thorns, so now it does a little bit more damage. And then when it gets the second rose, it has a little bit more damage. So it's not just a shitty sword that you're carrying around that wants your blood, and if you don't attack with it, it's just going to kill you. It also gets stronger as you fill it up. And then once it's like at full capacity, I'm wondering, should there be like either a capstone or like, because I mean, you can't guarantee a crit, right? So you don't want to like tie its capstone to a crit, because what if you don't crit, right? I mean, I guess you could just say it stays full until the next time you crit. What if that's it? So what if once it's been activated, it needs to get full. Once it's full, the next time it crits, it does something absolutely insane, and then it resets.
I like the idea of just saying you can activate it to crit.
Oh, once it's full, it's an auto crit?
You can choose to crit on a specific strike against a specific creature. And maybe it'll do a little bit more than like regular crit stuff. Like maybe it'll poison them or something like that, or whatever the case may be. But after that, maybe it goes dormant until whenever.
And then you have like one turn to sheath it before it sucks your blood again.
Sure.
Starts the cycle over.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I like the idea that once it cinches on you, you can't let the sword go until it's full. So that's like the problem using it, right? It's like it's gonna bleed you dry for 50 points of damage if you don't have a target. It sucks to be you. That's not gonna necessarily kill you at, like you said, like level 10.
I did like the idea where you were talking about like you take the damage whenever you miss. Like
a punishment for being bad with the sword.
Yeah.
Because I like the idea, like maybe that's the idea too, is like, you know, if you pull the sword and don't take damage, but again, the moment you hit or miss, it's gonna start that site, you know, it's just gonna start feeding off of you. Because I do like the idea of it, like, because 50 points of damage is a lot, but it's not like death defying. Like if the battle ends, you're not gonna die by going down 50 points. Sure. But now you're gonna have a sword that is primed and ready. But would that lead to players just grabbing onto the sword and saying, fuck it, I give 50 health points right before our long rest? You know what I mean? Like, what would stop a player from just wielding the sword and saying, hey, I give it 50 points of health and then I sheath it and then we take a long rest and I get my 50 health points back, but now it's ready to do its thing. Is that...
I would say it loses its vigor over a long rest.
That's a way to stop that.
Yeah.
I mean, again, you could still, right before the fight, give it 50 points, have someone heal you, and then prime it.
I mean, if you want to spend healing potions / spells that way, sure. Yeah, you could do that. It would cost you, but you could do that. I would say it wouldn't count if it takes temporary hit points.
No, it has to be real.
It has to be.
Someone in chat had mentioned that what if it took permanent HP that didn't reset till a long rest?
Oh, like reduce their hit point total?
Until a long rest.
Like the enemy?
No, you, the wielder.
Oh.
Instead of damaging you, it just takes permanent HP until a long rest.
I kind of like that. I kind of like that.
Although, if it is taking permanent HP, I feel like that would probably be not something you'd want the moment you touched it. Like, automatically, I feel like that would you'd start to want to activate that, like...
whenever you miss or something to that effect.
Yeah, like you lose permanent HP for missing, but you charge it up for hitting.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. So what if we did this then? So if we didn't do the automatic, let's say it basically only takes blood on an attack. So you have to do the attack action for it to take blood regardless.
Mm-hmm.
You either hit and take blood from the enemy or you miss and take blood from you.
Okay.
It still charges the same way. If you miss, it auto takes 5 from you, period.
Mm-hmm.
If you hit, you roll the 1d8 plus 2 and it takes that much.
Okay.
Any amount of damage it does charges it. So it's always going to charge at least...
from you or from them.
Yeah, so you can go 10 turns missing and it'll still charge full.
Sure.
Because it got what it wanted from you. And then once charged, I would definitely say that it should get more powerful over time. Like, it shouldn't just be a capstone. So I kind of like the idea of it gets an extra die of damage and that die goes up for every rose. So it starts at an extra D4, D6, D8, D10 maybe. And then at the 5th charge, maybe it doesn't go up another die. So now it just hits when it's fully charged for D8 plus D10.
I'll say if that's the case, it's going to make it so much easier for it to proc once it has 1 rose. Because if it's just the total number of damage, then its damage amount is going to go up significantly with those increased number of dice. So
it will. Okay, so that's
I like
true.
the idea of effects, like you're affected by the poison condition, your speed is halved, you're paralyzed, you're stunned, something to that effect. Like, I feel like maybe not every turn, but maybe if that's what it was, like every time you hit an opponent with it, they have to save against being poisoned until the end of their next turn. And then
like a thorn, going off of the thorn mentality.
Sure. Right. And like maybe every rose it goes up, it lasts for another turn or something to that effect. and then at the end, then it can do.
So they
crazy
must
big
save versus
damage.
poison for X number of turns equal to how many roses you have.
Sure.
So 1 to 5 turns.
Mm-hmm.
And then
If they save out of it, they save out of it, but still, you can keep doing that every time you hit them, or every time you swing at them, until it's full.
oh, okay. I've actually been doing some other stuff on TikTok recently. This gave me an idea. So, oh, I got it. Yes. We're going to add in the fucking Jeff the Wizard bullshit that I did on
Jeff the
TikTok.
Wizard.
Yes. We are going to do, we're going to bring in the Grung Monk and Jeff the Wizard combo that I did on TikTok. So, when you attack, when you use the attack action is when this thing starts to proc, right? Either 5 from you or full damage from the enemy. And it'll gain roses for every 10 hit points or every 10 damage it does. So for every 2 misses, it'll guarantee, right? It's either for every 2 misses or potentially in 1 hit. It'll charge a rose. I kind of like that.
Okay.
For every rose, on hit, target must save versus being poisoned for X number of rounds, where X is the amount of roses, right? So,
Okay.
But here's the capstone. If it has all 5 roses and it hits a target that's poisoned, that target becomes paralyzed.
Paralyzed. You are incapacitated. You can't move or speak. Attack rolls against you have advantage. Any attack that hits you is a crit hit within 5 feet. You automatically fail strength and dexterity saving throws.
And you can even, and then I don't know how we're going to reset this thing, because you don't want this thing to just have 5 for the, but it could be one of those things where it's like you're trying to poison them a little bit, and then once it's fully charged, you basically kind of like stun lock them. I mean, but I would say that maybe like a critical hit resets the whole sword, so that may be kind of like the guaranteed you can only
You're
paralyze them
getting crit
once.
hits.
So that's what I'm saying. So you can only hit, so you can stun lock somebody, but everyone else has to beat up on them. But once you hit them, you blow your load. Like your all your blood goes away. So like
everybody else can crit on them, but what if I only hit them? Because then I would think the player would be like, all right, I'm just not going to hit them while they're paralyzed.
exactly.
And I'll let everybody else hit
But
them.
let's
and
say
beat
you're
up
at
on
3
them.
roses and you crit. Bye roses. So if you crit at any point, you reset the sword.
Interesting.
So that could be a little bit of a again, it's cursed, right? If it leads into this idea of cursed, it basically says don't miss, but plan your, like kind of like warfare, plan your strikes appropriately. Don't overkill early. Wait till the end to do your big, like. So I'm just wondering,
Would
if
that play into the lore of it? Because like then you're having somebody kind of like hold back on killing somebody rather than just going in for the slaughter.
I'm just trying to, I guess what I was trying to think of is like, how do we reset it? Because once it's full, it needs either you choose to do something big and powerful and resets it, or what triggers its usage. Because once it's at 5, you don't want to just be walking around with as a stun locker, because that's literally bam bam you're paralyzed, bam bam you're paralyzed. So I like the idea of the poison condition. I was just trying to see if we could add on to that. Ooh, what if when you have all 5 roses, you can activate it, and anybody that's poisoned within 30 feet of you, you can basically like shoot out thorns and do extra damage to those that are poisoned. So like you've just been slicing people, poisoning them the whole battle, and then once it's all full, you can like charge it, and it just like shoots out its thorns at everyone that's poisoned, like homing missiles, kind of like magic missile. They can't dodge it. It's basically just like
Or like every
hit.
time you hit them, you planted something inside them, and then you activate it, and that kind of like explodes in them. Or
Why don't we just
like
treat it like magic?
shoots-
What if it was just treated like magic missile? 5 roses, you can target any creature that's been poisoned with 5 magical thorns. Basically, reskin it as magic missile. So it's 5 missiles, 5 thorns, all rolled like magic missile, but you can only target those that are poisoned. So you're just going around poisoning up to 5 targets, and then you activate it at the end, and you guarantee hit them just like Magic Missile. Or like you said, you could even flavor it, instead of it being a thorn, because they're poisoned, you activate the poison inside of them and it bursts spores or something. Or you say like a rose grows out of them or something, right? Like you actually like burst a seed. But I like this idea of, what if it's the whole point is you're gathering roses to stun them or to poison them, but the capstone is that those that are poisoned, like, get targeted.
Would you say that that means you can only poison up to 5 creatures? Because what if you have 12 people poisoned? And you set this off, you just get to choose. And if I do get to choose, does that mean that I can point all 5 of them towards one person if I wanted to?
I would think so, but again, if that was like Magic Missile, if it was a projectile, I would say yes. If it's more of like, maybe, I mean, should the capstone just be anybody poisoned? Like you could just activate it, and anybody poisoned in that combat currently gets hit by extra damage?
I would say it depends on how much extra damage we're doing, because I would want it to be significant, because if it's just like a D4, if it's just like a Magic Missile amount of damage, like that's underwhelming, even if it is to 10 targets, right? But if it's like D10 or like, you know, a significant amount of damage, like being able to do that to 10 targets is pretty crazy. So I kind of like the idea of like each one of these roses that you get, like whenever you fill up a rose, that strike plants a seed in that person. And then once all 5 get filled up, now you have 5 seeds out there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can activate this thing to have an effect like Magic Missile, to do like this automatic damage, but it only happens to those people that got seeds planted in them. And that way, it can be something like, yeah, I'm doing like inflict wounds amount of damage on 5 people. That sounds crazy, but if I were able to do that on 12 people, that would be insane. You know what I mean? Like being able to do it on 5 people feels like that's a capstone ability. That's going to reset everything. I'm going to do, and even if you only do it on like 2 or 3 people, that's still really good. So if you didn't get it on 5 people, like that's okay. If you're just fighting one person, you know, I'm doing it. It's only doing it on this one person, but still that feels like a good chunk of damage. It feels like I'm doing something just in case I'm not fighting a million people.
Yeah.
You know?
Because I was thinking about that too. Like based on the lore, I was thinking like, can it be one of those things where any person that's infected, when they go down, they like burst with like, you know, thorns and hit people around them. But that's really only good for like mass combat, right? If you're only fighting 2 or 3 people, like you said, where's the benefit if one of them goes down way over there that you poisoned? They're not really going to burst. And then you got to worry about like, how does it not hit allies? But I was trying to think of like, because how do you do this like ongoing devastation, and how does like it like, you know, like generally like feed itself? Because I love because I'm still trying to go off the idea that it's literally blood stained, like it's just seen so much blood that it actually looks red. And again, so as it feeds the blood, it itself like gets stronger. Because I've even been toying around this whole time of like, what if it was just straight damage die? What if it started at a D8 and then just every rose went up until it went up to like a D20's worth of damage? And then at that point, there has to be like some sort of capstone that would reset it. Because the hardest thing is like, you're feeding it blood, and obviously it wants to get full. Like that's why it's damaging you. It wants blood. It needs blood. So the whole point is it's basically going to get it from somewhere, whether it's you or them. But we have to decide, like, because it's not an entity, it doesn't have intelligence, it doesn't have desires, it doesn't have intent. It just is. It is this way. What is the end goal? Even though it doesn't have intent, but what's the end result when it gets full? The whole point is it, because it could do whatever it wants for you. The player can get the benefit, but in the lore of it, what is the blade benefiting from at the end? This blade was just a regular blade that was super strong out of this cool material, and enough really, really evil people used it to the point at which it literally just needs blood to be at its best. So therefore, cool. It needs blood to improve, but and it will take yours to improve. But what is that up and down scale? How is it losing blood And why does it not like not having blood? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
there's this weird interplay of like, it's like the Occam's razor. It can't just be fueled by blood just because. I don't like the idea of it just needing blood just because. Like when it's at full, why is that its equilibrium? Like a balloon. Why is a balloon a sphere? Because it's the most efficient shape. Why does it need blood?
This isn't necessarily about the mechanics, but Cart said that the rarest natural form of rose is blue, and so like maybe like the capstone, like all the roses change to like blue or something like that, and I don't know exactly how that would play into it, but I just love the idea of like you finally get the last one, and then like everything like turns blue, and maybe even anyone that's got wounded by it's got this like iridescent like blue glow to their wound or whatever the case may be. But I do see what you're saying when it comes to like, and that's kind of what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about like the animal instinct. It's like, you know, a lion hunts because they're hungry and then they stop hunting when they're full. So it's like, what is this rose getting out of the blood? Why does it crave it? Why is it trying to acquire it? And what would enable it to get full, so to speak, to be satisfied, so to speak, so that it can do whatever it's got to do. Now I don't know how the lore can play into this, but maybe it gets satiated when it actually takes life, especially when we're thinking about like the lore of how this thing works. Like when but it would be really hard because then because the thought process is like, you know, a lot of this is being generated by beliefs, right? Like this is the way that it is because, you know, kind of like you were talking about Excalibur, like there are a lot of like people that know what this is. This is like a symbol. Like when people see it, they're like, oh my gosh, we're saved type deal. But this opposite almost is true for this thing. Like when people see it, they're like, holy crap, we're about to die. Oh my gosh, that was the sword that killed all these people. That was the sword from X, Y, and Z massacre, you know?
So what symbology outside of romance, what symbology do you see in a rose?
I'm confident I've seen a million roses at funerals.
Because what I'm trying to wonder is now I'm thinking something of like, let's add to this lore, right? This blade has seen so much that it even got stained red and literally seeped into it, right? So what if at one point the lore was that it saw so much blood and was like, you know, maybe did the thing where buried with the original people, one of the original people or whatever, but this idea that it was like soaked in so much blood that a rose grew off of the hilt. And so what if when all 5 roses are full, it actually grows like an actual flowering bud on the hilt, and that gives you some sort of, like if you pick that, that's what resets it. Like all of the blood could be basically put into growing a actual rose. If that gave you the capstone, if that rose did something, would that make sense? So it's like it's a regular sword, but the moment you start using it, whether the moment it does it, the moment you attack with it, if it does damage, it starts absorbing blood, and if you miss, it absorbs your blood. And the whole point is now it's like a flower pot. It needs that blood to grow its flower. The whole point, its purpose is to grow that flower, and it will do so by any means now. Once it has the 50 hit points, it has the ability to poison, right? Once it has 1 flower, it starts to poison. And then it can just, you know, keep on poisoning people for up to 5 turns. So that's still just a cool feature, right? I still like the idea of it giving poison effect. But once it has all 5 flowers, what if the thing is it after 1 turn? So it gets 5 flowers. The end of the next turn or the start of the turn after that one, right? Like after 1 full turn of 5 flowers, all of that goes into making a flower. And then that flower can be picked off of the sword and you could do something with it. Would that be better in this concept of lore of explaining why it needs the blood? Like it's seen so much that it literally is able to use it, and just somehow, again, by the lore, it like that's what I'm trying to think of. Is like, again, it needs to have a reason for the blood, because it can't just want to be full, because then it's basically just a sword that's always going to draw blood no matter what. And that's not what we want to create here. We want to have something that's basically like it's a cursed item because it will give you the power you want, but it will take it regardless of, it will take it by any means necessary. So you want this thing to have its full potential, give it blood. But if you can't, it will take yours. I love that concept. But at the end, I just need to feel like when it has all of its blood, it needs to do something with it. It can't just want it. That's kind of boring.
No, I agree that there should be lore reasons behind why it goes down this road, why it became this instead of any of the other number of things that it could be.
And I like the idea that, yeah, once you start using it, you can't let it go. You have to, like, again, it's gonna bleed you dry if you don't have enemies. Because I like the idea of like it's gone through so many tyrants that they couldn't stop themselves, right? They were just war after war after war.
The question would then become, after you get this rose, could you then turn around and instantly start using it again? Instantly start earning more roses, or is there a rest period? Or
I think
is there a satiation period?
I think that's part of the curse. Is it can be used infinitely, but the point is once you run out of targets, it's going to continue. It's going to latch onto you and it's going to fill itself up one way or the other. So if you fill it up, get the rose, and pull it off, and there's still a fight to be had, hey, it doesn't care. But if you only have one extra target and you hit them and it starts taking blood and that target goes down, it ain't gonna stop. It's gonna take the full 50. So the moment it starts, it will take the full 50 hit points from you or from the enemies. But what would be worth potentially damaging yourself every time you miss? What would be worth getting to that point? Because it can't just be a basic heal, because then it feels like it's a whole pointless, like, I might as well just go get a better or stronger weapon, right? It needs to be something that's not just going to undo the bad, but also be something I can't get otherwise. Like it has to be something I want and I'm willing to take damage for, but it's not just going to basically make this weapon unnecessary. Because if all it did was heal me up, like if all it did was put me back to full health, it kind of just negates the whole purpose, right? Like I'm damaging myself to maybe heal myself. That's not enough. Like I feel like I might as well just get a better weapon. But if it does something like gives me a spell or gives me an ability, or again, affects the people that I love the idea of it being able to affect the people that I poisoned, but that's not really, doesn't tie in with the lore. The lore is that it's so used to blood, it needs it. But what's it going to do with that blood? Because again, I am not even sure I like the idea of the wielder necessarily being in control of it in that way. Right? Because it's more about the curse of the sword, not the wielder. The wielder is just the person who activated the machine. But the machine is now working, and the machine's going to do what it does, which is going to absorb blood and then capstone. So why does it need blood to capstone? Why would a sword who has seen so much, like, because I'm almost wondering, like, should it just be one of those things where the sword isn't at its full potential until it's full, right? But then you have to make it almost uberly powerful when it's full. Like you'd almost have to start it out at like a 1d4 damage, but make it like a 2d20 when it's at full. So it's like, how do you, I love this idea, but it's like that, that's that small little thing of like, I have a problem with the purpose. Because we could have just said it capstones and does a bunch of stuff, but that doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? It doesn't fit so far with this cool idea of this sword that's just seen so much that it itself has just grown like a hunger for it.
I can see, my first instinct is it wants to maintain this cycle. And so in order for it to maintain this cycle, it wants to keep its host alive. So maybe instead of healing, maybe it gives you resistance to physical damage for a minute when you get this flower. Maybe if you like eat one of its petals or do something like that, I don't know. It'll give you resistance, or maybe it'll give you immunity to a certain damage type. Maybe I don't know. But again, it's like it does end up coming back to the same question of why. Like, and it could just be like gluttony. Like it's this, especially if you can use it over and over and over and over again, you know, like.
But that's why, yeah, and that's why I want the capstone to be something that's not really that not really something that you choose, like something that you want to happen, right? The whole point is like the idea of a curse is like it's worth it, but you have to know how to use it. It's like I just want the capstone to be something that like makes sense, but I don't know. Have we backed ourselves into a corner? Did we do too much too early on, or is it just again? And for me, it's probably a lot harder because I'm trying to make it universally acceptable on a 5e level. This would have been probably a little bit easier to just throw this into high point, but like a 5e weapon, like because we're not. It is a little bit complicated. There is, basically it's 50 points, right? That you're basically having to keep track of 50 points of damage before it can do something. Um, and I don't know if like transforming into another weapon would make it any better.
Still like the idea of a rose whip.
Rose would be kind of dope. I was thinking of like, no, but see, it doesn't make like again. A lot of the capstones I think of don't really make sense for how it would have tied with the lore that we've already developed, right? This idea that it's just seen so much blood that it got stained. But why is that helping it?
Well, I mean, all plant life is alive, right? But the type of alive that you are is different. The type of alive that a squirrel is different than the type of alive that a flower is, right? Um, but maybe because this flower got introduced to what keeps these other types of things alive, it kind of gained that type of alive as well, and so now that it's been introduced to that, it kind of has like the same mentality, the same almost predatory mentality that a lot of these mammals will have when they're out in the kingdom, and they're just out there trying to be predators, like, and that's kind of what it feels like the wielder ended up becoming, is just like a predator of whatever the heck it was that they were after. And the rose sword eventually didn't care what your reason was. It just wanted to be a part of it. It just wanted to be the tool used, because then it got to get fed. Then it got to, it's almost like vampires. Like when they smell blood or when they get around blood, it's almost like they're just like, they're drawn to it, they're attracted to it. It's like it's almost seductive in a sense. And so maybe that's kind of the idea with this blade, is it's seductive when you introduce blood to it, when you take it down this road.
How valuable crits to you
Define valuable.
as an economy? If you had the choice to be able to choose when to crit, how valuable is that to you as a DM and as a player?
Critting is just extra damage.
So not as valuable as, say, upcasting a spell or getting new spell slots back.
Very much so.
Okay. So what if
that depends on if you're a caster, because there's an entire subclass of fighter that's just based around, hey, you crit on a 19 or a 20. True. Oh, now you crit on an 18, 19, or a 20. I will be right back. Good sir.
This one's difficult. I think this is just kind of not one of the limitations of 5th edition, but this is definitely where 5th edition makes things a little bit more challenging to make a balance. Now what I'm starting to think of is like, again, I like the lore to make sense, and that's where I'm really struggling. We've put ourselves in this position, but this is what we like to do. So having this sword that is based off of devastation, based off of taking life, has been stained, and basically just wants that. Essentially, just it feeds off of destruction. It feeds off of being taken to war. So it lays dormant, but the moment it tastes blood, it like awakens, right? It wants more. But the point is to what end, right? Like if it's gonna take blood even from its wielder until it's satiated, there needs to be some sort of like defining moment that once it gets there, right? It's achieved its goal. What happens at that? And that's kind of what I was wondering of like, we're looking at this picture and we have these flowers up here that are growing. Because I know Kage was talking about these flowers down here, but these almost look part of like a blood-stained thing, blood-stained blade. I'm looking at these ones up here, right? And it's like, it's almost as if it's trying to grow those flowers, but then what do those flowers do? What do they mean? Because usually you think of flowers, like the thing that I think of were like rose petals. So I'm like, this be used as like a distraction, give you advantage, hit, give you auto crit. You know, that's kind of what I'm like trying to go for is like, what would you as a player be willing to sacrifice? Because HP is super valuable to me. So what would you be willing to sacrifice? When would you be willing to sacrifice your HP? What kind of like payback would you be willing to do? Would more damage be enough with like this sword basically being able to say that you could use those roses to just guarantee a crit? Like, would that be enough? Would it be enough to distract an enemy to get like advantage on a hit? Would it need like those roses have to be something immensely special if it's trying to, if like that's the capstone, right? So I think that might be where we need to go with it, is kind of maybe look at those, because those are based on the picture alone, and that's what we're working with. That's the only thing that I can see is that stands out as not part of it. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking maybe we went the wrong direction with what roses we were looking at, because you were talking about the roses on the blade, and those just kind of look more or less like etched into the blade, like a design that maybe came out because of the blood stains, right? But if you look at the hilt, we have like 3 real roses that are growing. So what if we shift our focus from like the 5 roses on the blade to more of, again, the whole point of once it tastes blood, it needs blood. But what if to what end, right? What's its goal? What if it's because, again, it's trying to grow those like 3? What could we say those, like, whether they're 3 charges? Because I was thinking like, would it be worth saying once it has all 3, it basically lets you decide when you want to crit? You could just, you know, decide to use those 3, and then once they're all used up, the whole cycle restarts.
I mean, if there are 3 saved up crits that you can just say that you have, I wouldn't even mind combining them both, because I like the idea of the roses on the blade being what builds you up, because what you would inevitably be able to do is it's like, because it's the blade is what's doing the damage. The blade is where the blood is coming from. So like imagine every time you get 50 points, you get a free crit, and it blooms one of the roses. So it starts off with 3 buds on the hilt.
Oh, so the visual is just you see the first 5 roses appear in blood, and then once all of them appear, it's almost like the blood
like
slurps up the blade, becomes one of the roses, and the whole cycle starts over again. But if you sheathe it within like without, because at any point, because then it releases you. Once it's grown the flower, it releases you. Then until you attack with it again, it won't cinch. But once it cinches, it will have to until it grows another flower.
Sure. Yes.
And then once you have 3 flowers, basically whenever it has a flower, it's a free crit.
Yeah. You can expend a flower for a free crit, and then the rose dies, and a bud regrows.
It's purely based off of you're only ever going to lose damage if you miss, I would 100% take that bet. If it's I'm only going to sacrifice damage if I miss, but I get free crits at the end,
3 free crits,
I would do it.
And you build it up over time. But yeah,
that's actually, and I feel like that goes with the lore, because the whole point of this lore is just killing. The whole point is more and more and more. And if this thing is just all I've ever seen is great warriors taking people down, and I bloomed in combat, and it just that whole idea of this thing just blooms potential. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it needs it. It needs that blood, and therefore, if you don't, so the moment I love that, the moment moment you attack with it, it activates the curse, meaning you ain't letting it go until it gets 50 points of damage, either from you or from someone else.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it does, blooms a rose, and then it lets you go.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you do it again, cinches until you get 3 roses. And then once it gets 3 roses, should it do like a guaranteed 4th one, like on the 4th capstone? If it fills up again, should it just auto do something, or is it more of a it's done, it's full, it doesn't need to fill up anymore? And then does like the curse not work?
I kind of like the idea of it kind of just is a better sword at that point. Like maybe it like does an additional type of damage, maybe it'll do like necrotic damage or something wild like that, and it'll just stay full until you use one of the roses, the hilt roses.
So as long as you don't use it, it won't try to take damage from you when you miss.
Yes, because it's satiated, it's full, it's got everything it needs.
It has the roses.
Yes,
it's done.
And so theoretically, unless you just never want to use, now imagine a champion fighter took this and he's critting all the time, so he doesn't need to use the roses. Like then maybe they'll just sit there with 3 blooms on there, but maybe the flowers die over a long rest or something like that. So at the very least, the next day you're not keeping it for like days and days on end. But
I could see that, like, and they each last 1 day, so it'll take 3 days for them all to wilt. So something like that.
Well, each lasts 1 day. So if you get them all 3 of them in 1 day, then they're all 3 going to be dead by the next day.
I'm saying like you lose 1 per day. Like you can gain up to 3, but you will lose 1 per day if you don't use them.
Okay.
So like they'll wilt just one at a rate of 1 per day. They will wilt if they're not used. So then that way it keeps the blade fresh, so you don't just get a cool looking sword that you never like actually use.
Sure.
But I mean that still gives you 3 days to have at least a spare crit like on your hand, but you are losing them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that I wouldn't mind something like that, because it's just, again, you're not giving it blood, you're not giving it water. The flowers are gonna die.
And it's gonna get a lot thirstier next time you pull it out.
Yeah, Cart said something interesting that I was trying to rep in my head too, because you were talking about poisoning them. I was trying to do something. I was trying to think of a way that we could do something where, like, when you activate it, like, it become like those people get like wrapped up in like a vine or something, but it just doesn't work with the lore of, like, again, where this is coming from, right? Because it's not a magical item that's doing stuff to the world. It's reacting to what happened to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I just don't think, because I love the idea of like the rose could just be one of those things where why do you get an automatic crit? Well, it's like because it bursts into a bunch of petals, distracting the enemy, giving you just the right opportunity to strike.
Sure.
Or when you strike at them, one of the petals bursts out and like a bunch of razor blades like just shreds them. Like there's multiple ways you could, word it to where, why does this thing do more damage?
Yeah.
But I have a hard time like figuring out how it would like grow a whole like bush in somebody else, right? Like kind of a little bit outside of it.
Sure. I mean, I do like the fact that if you look at the hilt, there's like vines on it. Like I can imagine like vines growing down the blade and into the person, like maybe casting the entangle spell without the difficult terrain, just kind of like anchoring them to the ground. Like I could see that specifically if it does something similar to the constrict ability that some snakes have, where it'll just slowly crush them and slowly take some damage. And maybe that's what that one flower does, is it'll just like plant that person in the ground and slowly just do damage to them over and over and over again. But so again, that feels like a lot. That feels like it's going a different direction, but it does, I would say.
Would we call this a magical weapon? Does this overcome magical resistance?
I would say this is a magical weapon.
Okay, so definitely legendary. So we call it legendary because it's not technically a rare, because there are other adamantium swords. This one just happens to be legendary, and because of the legend has power.
Yes.
But it wasn't created as a one of a kind, so it's probably not rare, or it's probably not like like an artifact or a relic. It's
correct. I would definitely say legendary is the best qualification
so
for
an
this.
adamantium sword that's legendary, but it is cursed. To draw 5 points of damage for every miss, or equal to damage it does on a target.
And it's a +2, we said, or
Yes, I would say it's a +2. And then yeah, it does for every 50 points, it gains a rose, up to 3, and each rose is basically a guaranteed crit. What should we put that on as a reaction?
yeah.
So basically, if you missed, you could be like, it's gonna be a crit. Like you could basically use it before or after a roll, or do you have to use it before you decide?
I would say it has to be on a hit.
Oh,
Like,
you have to
you
decide.
have to hit them, and then you could be like, this one's a crit. Kind of like how
I like
paladins
that.
do smites.
I like that. Okay, so yeah, so it has to be on hit. You can decide to burn one and crit.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. Okay. So then now the fun part. What am I gonna name this thing? I mean, my first thought was Blood Rose Avenger, but I don't know if that. Let's see.
Crit.
Yeah, I like that. So you have to use a reaction when you hit someone. You have to still have a reaction to do it, you think?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And usually if it's your turn and you're hitting somebody, you still have your reaction. So it's like you'll basically be sacrificing anything else you would do with your reaction. No opportunity attacks, no anything like that.
Yeah.
So I can get this fat hit in.
What about the Blood Rose Saber?
I like that.
Because again,
like
it's not really independent. It's just again, it doesn't matter what king holds it. It's like, oh, that's is that the Blood Rose Saber? Like,
yeah.
fuck, like where do you get like you gotta think of a name that like instilled, like that you just hear it and you're just like, I know that name.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, so you're trying to, because it doesn't always have to be like a single name like Excalibur, but it also doesn't have to like it doesn't have to be like, the divine sword of the rose thorn, right? It doesn't have to be like a multi-name too, right? It could just be like kind of like I like Blood Rose, like that just kind of seems like that's where we're headed with it, right?
Yeah.
So I think something with Blood Rose in it would make sense, right?
I really like Saber.
Because then it doesn't have to really, you don't have to worry about what type of weapon it is. Like you could let the player be like, hey, I'm actually really good with a long sword.
I would also not be mad at Blood Rose Drinker.
Okay.
Or maybe even Rose Blood Drinker.
Wow.
Rose Thorn. Blood Rose Thorn. Interesting. But we haven't really done anything with thorns though. Like realistically, we haven't, like, other than
We did
like,
try a couple of times, but in the
Yeah.
end, what came out is mostly just
blood, the roses, and like the critical blood rose. But the in game that doesn't make any sense. Like,
Sure.
that's what I'm like Blood Rose Saber makes sense. The Blood Rose Avenger.
Even if Blood Rose Blade, if you wanted to make them
Blood Rose Blade
to be 2Bs.
Actually, that would also allow any DM to, I mean, we could even just straight up say it.
It can be any sword.
This can be any bladed weapon. So we could just call it the Blood Rose Blade, and in the description say any bladed weapon, the play, that would suit the player, right? So you can make this a dagger if you wanted. It doesn't have to be a rapier. It just has to be something that has a thorny hilt that when you use it will take damage from you. And again, this could, any bladed weapon, all of this could work.
Would you say if this is a dagger, and it's started the process, you have one rose on it so far, would you or would you not be able to use it as a thrown weapon?
I think you would,
because it's held on to you.
I mean, obviously, yes, you'd be able to use it as a ranged weapon. I'm just trying to justify, should you be able to use the crit? And I don't know why you wouldn't be able to.
Well, my question is, if this thing is holding on to you and doing damage to you every time you miss, if I use it as a ranged weapon and I miss, how's it going to do damage to you?
I see what you're saying. Because
Unless there's like a vine that's attached to me when I throw it, I can like bring it back to myself or something like that.
so how about just any melee based blade? Just we'll leave it at melee.
Well, technically,
Because
a dagger's still a melee weapon. It just has the throwing property as well.
Well, I mean, because if you just say a melee based weapon, then you basically you're in the verbiage saying that doesn't apply to ranged weapons. Because the idea is a miss requires it to feed off of you, so I could just throw it and then.
But the question
Never
is,
have, like-
does that mean it can't be on a dagger? Because a dagger is still theoretically a melee based weapon. It's primarily melee, just like a throwing axe or just like a hand axe. You can still theoretically throw it. It's still a.
I think it gets too convoluted trying to throw it. I think the whole point is it's supposed to be.
That's
melee.
exactly what.
So maybe not.
I would honestly just say, even if it is a dagger, it's holding on to you while it's activated. Meaning.
It's too hard to justify that with a ranged weapon though. Like, how is it like, again, because the whole point is like the cursed item, right? Like, it's stuck to you. Like, it can't really.
But like, weren't we saying like the vines wrap around your hand while it's in you while you're holding?
But then it opens up too much of like, well, if it's wrapped up, then I can just like twirl. Like, it opens up, I think, too much option for people to start like question. It just becomes too convoluted. Like, well, if I can do this, well, then how can I? Then can I do this, right? If I can throw it and it's attached to me, well, then can I just like wave it around like a whip? If I can, then can't I just use it as a whip?
Which is why the mentality is to not just like shut all that down and saying you are unable to use, if this is on one of these weapons, you're unable to use the thrown property. Oh,
if you're gonna just do that, then that's fine. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
If you're just
like,
removing the thrown property, then
yeah, it's like, hey, when you have this thing, you can no longer use this particular weapon with its thrown property.
Yeah, because it would just automatically, I guess, once you try to use it, it would just cinch down.
Exactly.
And then you wouldn't be able to throw it. So yeah, if you wanted to just add the verbiage that any bladed weapon cannot be used, and then just even in parentheses, cannot be used with the thrown property.
Sure.
And then that would that would remove that, because then at that point, yeah, that's the whole idea.
Do you count an axe as a bladed weapon?
In this particular context, no.
That's what I thought.
It's a convoluted question, but no, I do not consider it a bladed weapon in this context.
Yeah.
So like, good point though. That's
a halberd and a spear also wouldn't count.
Correct. I wouldn't count on those. Couldn't count on an arrow.
Definitely not.
Yeah, but like it's meant for swords, daggers.
Sure.
It's meant for those things.
Yeah.
But I think it should be allowed to be. I think more magical items should be versatile like that. Too many times it's like, oh, I love that dagger, but I don't wear a dagger. I don't use daggers, so I don't need that specific thing. And it's like, it should just say can be used on any of these items, right? Like a staff saying it can be used on any staff, rod, or wand,
right?
Like really allow it to be categorized where it should be.
I think that's way more valuable now too, because going into some 2025 stuff, one of the pieces that I really like is that each weapon category has their own mastery element to it. And so like there are a lot of different really cool things that you can do, like that's
like the extra feats you basically get, like what we saw in Baldur's Gate, right? Like each weapon has like extra stuff it can do if you're wielding that weapon itself
specifically. Yes. Yeah. And like,
so that would really change how good this could work.
Oh yeah, you can do all kinds of really cool stuff with it.
So yeah, so if we do that, if we do the Blood Rose Blade, any bladed weapon, no thrown property, every 50 points it gets a rose, up to 3 roses can be used as a reaction to crit on a hit, like guaranteed crit on when you hit. The 2d, it's a 1d8 plus 2 normal damage. And are we still doing the poison property? Or are we gonna drop that?
I still like the idea of it doing something when
has at least 1 rose on it.
When the roses increase. So I don't mind keeping the poison property. Shit, I don't mind even uh 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 putting in the paralyzed condition when you expend a rose. So you crit and paralyze them. I mean, it's only 3 times.
Maybe it should be a crit. Well, because you guarantee crit when they're paralyzed. So it's almost like I'd want you to paralyze or crit, because then you can let your whole team crit on them.
But
versus...
that's kind of what I like, because you get to you're doing both. So when you hit them, if they're poisoned, then they're immediately paralyzed. Now they can.
So you think it should take you should paralyze and then
do crit damage on top of that, and then everybody else has one opportunity to do crit damage on them as well, and then they can potentially save out of it. So, you know, I wouldn't be mad at that, because you're still giving everybody that chance.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is a good question. I don't want to make it feel like there's so much happening here, like, you know, but
I really feel like with the blade, if you're able to, well, I mean, I guess it is a save, it's a save, so it's not like you're always going to be poisoning people. It's not like a guarantee.
Yeah.
But it, you know, so you can so should it be that it does, so it's a 2d8 of damage, 50 for every 50 points it gets a rose. The roses can do the auto crits. But should we say that as long as it has at least one rose, I don't know if this gets too convoluted, but as long as it has at least one rose, targets hit by the blade must save versus being poisoned. And as long as it has 3 roses, any poisoned target becomes paralyzed. So it's that. So as long as it has a rose, you're poisoning people all day long. But once it's maxed, that's when the stack starts to happen. That's why deciding when to use the crits isn't always a good idea, because you're like, I really would rather paralyze than crit.
But yeah, but I feel like that's so much paralyzation. Anything past a 3s, that sounds like a lot.
But remember, it loses a rose every day. Remember, every long rest, it loses at least 1 rose. So yeah, realistically, you can only get that.
Oh, wait, you're talking about hilt roses, not blade roses.
No, that's 5 roses. It still takes those to get the 3. But the true charges are the 3 roses. So you have to do 150 points of damage before you can even start paralyzing. But you've sacrificing your ability to guarantee crit just so your party members can. Because you're basically the one paralyzing them and everyone else gets the crit hits. And then you come back in to keep paralyzing and poisoning.
Yeah, I mean,
because again, at this point,
if we wanted to be that powerful, like, we could do that.
Is that too powerful, you think?
I feel like giving somebody the ability to spam paralyzation at all is insane.
So you think it would have to use one of the roses?
I think using one of the roses, like, you get 3 abilities to do this, right? Before you have to fill it back up again, right? Like, that to me is enough being able to do that. Now, I would say again, just because paralyzation is bad, dude.
Okay, so how about this? Okay. How about this? Let's do it the opposite direction. As long as you have 1 rose, whenever you hit a target, they have to save versus poison. If you crit on a target that's poisoned, you paralyze. So you can choose to guarantee get your crit and then paralyze them with one of the rose burns. Or if you naturally crit on them, that's just part of the blade's ability. So you only paralyze on crits. But just like what you wanted, you can choose and you get both of them at the same time. You crit and paralyze, and then everybody else deals with it. But otherwise, if you have a rose, you're poisoning. But if you have at any point when you crit, you can then do the, so you're not in control of paralyzation.
It's only on poisoned targets?
Only on poisoned targets, and only when you crit. So either you choose and you do both, just like you said, or the blade gives you that 1 extra ability when you naturally crit, that if they're also poisoned. So basically, if it's already a target you've attacked, you paralyze them. It's only critting against targets you've already attacked.
I guess I'm not too mad at that.
Because then it really is, because I mean, realistically, how often do you crit? And again, like you said, if I'm going to crit by burning it, I might as well get the best benefits of everything.
Yeah.
And it's only against targets that are poisoned. I don't really think it would be beneficial.
And you're really going to have to, if this is going to be like stupid valuable for you, that you're going to have to like have a bunch of people poisoned all the time and have a bunch of people
Well, like you said,
that's going to be really hard to do.
It's also like you said, if you had multiple targets, right? I could poison 5 people, but I have to decide who's going to get paralyzed, right? I don't just get to paralyze all of them. I'm going to have to burn up. If there's 10 targets or 5 targets, I only get to paralyze 3 of them. So it's a lot more action economy, a lot more tactical, but it's still based on something you don't control unless you're burning your thing. But I still kind of like the idea that if you crit with this weapon, it should do something, but not against everybody. So if you've already hit someone and then you crit on them, I kind of think that this blade would be like, I've already tasted your blood. I want you to sit here because I want the rest of it, kind of thing, right? I don't think that's, I think it's powerful. I just don't think that's game-breakingly powerful.
I don't think paralyzation on crit is crazy.
I just think it ties in very well with, if I want to paralyze them, I can burn it and guarantee paralyze them, right? Like I've already hit them, they're already poisoned. And again, you still have to poison them. If they save out, they're not gonna be poisoned for 24 hours. Like you literally have to have. Is
that what we're saying? If you save out 24 hours, it doesn't affect you?
Isn't that usually what the save out is?
It does happen sometimes like that.
The last couple times I've read the save out of poison, it's been 24 hours.
I feel like that has more to do with where the ability is coming from than whether it's poison or not.
I personally, I kind of like it just because it does prevent the, oh, you saved this time, well, I'm just going to keep coming after you until I do it. Like, I don't necessarily like that level of gameplay where it's like, oh, I didn't get it, well, I'm just going to spam it until I get it what I want. But I don't mind
the 24 hours sucks, because then if like the one person that it really matters that I get it on save out of it on the first try, then I'm pretty much have nothing to do. Like,
I mean, it's still a good weapon though, and you still, I mean,
yes, you can get some auto crits and stuff like that, but it's like,
honestly though, I kind of feel like if I'm a wizard and I miss my spells and I get shitty rolls,
you can try a spell again. That's the whole point.
But if I burn all my spells, then
sure,
I'm out
but
of
that's
spells.
just wasting your economy. This is like, I tried it one time and you saved. I'm not wasting
one time
my
against
economy.
one person though. Like, I don't necessarily, because this is against.
Who knows how many times you're going to be faced?
But this isn't this weapon by lore is about the masses, not the individual fights. So I don't necessarily think that one person's a big deal.
It's not about whether it's a big deal. It's about, what does it feel like to use this? Does it feel like I'm actually going to be able to proc this when I want to?
Yeah.
No.
Every hit, someone has to save.
What happens if everybody that's in the fight saves on the first try?
Then it sucks to suck. Like, I'm sorry, but
then that's
like an entire counter where the entire party rolls like shit.
That's my whole point. It's not about just it rolling like shit. It's about how often.
That's exactly what.
How often could that happen?
But saving is a roll, so that just means that they saved out of it.
For 24 hours, if my weapon is useless
against one person,
against potentially everybody in the combat, because everybody, like,
come on, dude. But that argument can be made against anything, though. Anything can be taken away by not having dice rolls.
When you're trying to do something, when I'm there are plenty of abilities that just happen that will work when you want them to work. Or at the very least, if they don't work, you have the ability to continue to try until they do. But when you have something that the second I try it, if it doesn't work, it sucks to suck. And again, I tried on the next person. It worked for a second. Nope, it sucks to suck. Okay, I tried on the next. Nope, and then I'm locked out of everybody. Like, how many times?
I just don't think that's ever gonna. I don't think that's gonna happen very often.
I don't think you've played in 5th edition enough. Then
I don't think
you've played in 5th edition enough.
Again, you're just assuming that you're gonna get locked out of all of it, but there's so many other situations that you can. I don't see it.
It's so easy to happen.
I honestly see it more as this person's literally just going to guarantee stun lock.
I would love for you to poison. I would love for you to play test this in a singular combat and see how many times you proc that.
Sure.
That like I would if that I'm telling you, I think you
I'd love to
might
play
get
test this. I think it's a great
I think
item.
you might get one in a combat, maybe one. Even if you're facing 5 to 10 people, you might get one paralyzation.
Nah, I think you can pull it off.
I think you can pull it off if the stars align, but for 24 hours, you're locked out.
One person, like you're so worried about one person.
It's not one
out.
person, bro. You have no idea how easy it is for people. What's the same?
I mean, I know how easy it is to
What's
miss
the same
as
for
well
this?
as to hit. I don't know. I mean,
What would we base the save on? Would we base it on like the person's spell save DC? Would we base it on a static roll for this particular weapon?
Like, what's a normal poison save? I mean, this would probably be a little bit higher than a standard poison save. Like, I wouldn't expect this to be
like if a snake were to bite you and you were to get poisoned, it would probably be like a DC 13. There's some standard like
that sounds pretty low.
It's very low, yes. And so,
like what are like grung? Like for instance, like the grung character, right?
Sure.
Like the grung race. What does that spell, or what does that save against poison? Because that I know is pretty insane. Is it your constitution? I don't know how 5th edition really does like the saving throws. It's so weird how they calculate this for me. I don't understand.
Poison immunity, DC 12 Constitution saving throw for grung. Also very low.
Yeah, that's hell.
This is what I mean. Like the standard ones, you get into any sort of decent level gameplay, these guys are rolling like 15, 16s regularly because their bonuses or whatever it is that they're getting. Like
so what if it was a DC 18?
What's that?
What if it was like a DC 18?
Sure, maybe. But then
I mean, we're talking about like
there's a certain level where the certain level where there's just going to be useless again. There's certain when you run into the people that are high enough, when you get high enough, it's just going to stop being valuable. And maybe that's the point. Maybe you want it to have damage fall off. Maybe you want it to stop being useful at certain levels.
I mean, it's not getting any more powerful. So we really wouldn't want it to like. I mean, it is kind of already powerful.
It's about being useful.
Yeah,
because you're gonna get it to proc on what it normally does less and less because the people you're gonna be going up against are gonna be saving more and more because their bonuses are higher, because they're cooler at things, because they have legendary resistances, because they whatever the case may be. They just got more and more things to defend against all the things players have. And so when you get to a certain level of gameplay, it's just why have it?
I mean, do you have to have this the entire game though? I mean, that's the other option too.
That was the other point I made. It was like if you wanted to have damage or usefulness fall off, like you can bake that. You can be like, yeah, it's only supposed to be good mid game, and then
I mean, I don't like dictating what things are supposed to be like used and not used. It's just more of not everything needs to be designed to be the once you pick it up, it's yours forever, right? Because we have talked about that too, where the game is more or less, whether or not that's a good thing, it is more or less designed to find better shit later, right? So not everything has to be the end all be all. This is going to be my last weapon.
But I would prefer it to be what you just said, is in I find better shit, not my shit becomes less useful.
But I mean, that's kind of one and the same though, because if you find something better, that means that it's no longer useful against the things that you're
not necessarily. It could be just as useful as it was, because this happens to me in video games all the time, where this thing is just as useful as it always was. This thing over here is so much more useful or so much more synergistic with something else that I'm doing. Like, it's not that it doesn't do the thing that it does. It's that this in combination with something else, or this in combination with what we're doing, or this in combination with any number of things can be incredibly valuable for me. So, I mean, for me, it doesn't feel like this is the way we want to do that. When I see myself as a player trying to interact with this, that mindset feels really bad. It feels like I would not even bother. I would 100% not bother with this weapon if that were the case.
Just because they can save out of it.
Just because it is so unlikely for me to actually proc what this weapon does.
So you want to just, again, you want to have unlimited ability to just always be able to poison.
Not necessarily. I think that it's very possible to put limits on it, but saving out for 24 hours.
So what limits would you put outside of just every time I hit, they have to always save? Because that I can see also being daunting. Every time that person swings, there's going to be a dice roll. Every single time there has to be a save whenever they hit.
And that's what I was thinking.
That gets overdone, right? Like that can be overdone if ever, I mean, even like the Grung Monk, right? The idea that every time you punch, every single punch requires a save versus poison gets daunting. That's literally.
There are some like creatures, like monsters you'll fight up against that they just have poison attacks, poison bites.
But that's an encounter for a monster, but a player, that's literally like, you're just saying, again, like, you know, I'm just trying to think of like, again, economy of every time you swing, there's going to be a dice roll.
Doesn't that follow the same mindset of if the player can do it, the DM can do it? If the DM can do it, the player can do it. If a monster can do it, why couldn't a player have a ability it's one thing to have an ability, but again, I'm not throwing a monster that does that every single combat, whereas you play a character that's literally doing that every time. That's true of every class ability though.
But that's the idea, is like, but not every class ability is requiring me to make a save every time they proc the very thing they're going to do every combat. Like, that's what I'm saying, is like, that can also be a lot when it's like, just, he doesn't save, okay, save, okay, he doesn't save, you know, because again, if he saves and you do it again, then he saves and he does it again, he saves, he does it again. How are we justifying this person still being affected by this thing that they keep, like, you know what I mean? Like, so how do we justify also the fact that they saved, but they keep getting inflicted by it? Like, can you just continuously get inflicted by the same poison? Like, can you just constantly have to save against the same poison indefinitely? Or is there a number that after which it's kind of like it just doesn't work anymore? Or are you just saying that
I would say after you've been affected by the poison and save out of it, that to me would be a fine limitation to say 24 hours.
So you can have an unlimited number of attempts, but once you've been poisoned and then recover,
you're good.
Then you can't be repoisoned.
Yes. If you get poisoned and you stay poisoned for like 10 minutes because you keep failing your saves,
then
you keep failing your saves. But if you get poisoned and then save out of it in 2 saves, then you're good to go.
But as long as you get poisoned first.
As long as you get hit one time, as long as it's been used one time.
And that's better than just being able to save out the first one.
Yes. Very much so, because then at least I know that there is an opportunity for me to get you poisoned. Okay, you're poisoned now. I have the opportunity to do a thing. And if I miss that window of opportunity, then I miss that window of opportunity. But never having that window of opportunity pop up, you know, yes, it could be only one person in the combat, but it also could be everyone in the combat. And if that's the case, then it's like, okay, what do I do? Like, I feel like if that happened to me enough, I would burn this thing in a second.
I mean, again, that's a lot of, if everything went the worst case scenario, it would go bad.
It's not just the worst case. It's so likely.
I'm not sure it is.
It's so likely.
But I do like the idea of after you've been poisoned and recover. I kind of just general like that
to me, like, because I don't like resistance.
I don't like the idea of just infinite. This thing is just always trying to affect you, right? Like, that's the problem that I have, is that doesn't make any logical sense. That I'm just, every time I hit you, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter what you are gonna be poisoned. Like, it just seems like that doesn't also vibe with the idea of saving out of the poison.
I like
but
the
at
idea
least
of,
if you
like,
recover, at least it shows, like, you could say, like, your body actually fought against it and prevailed.
Like, if you didn't get affected by it the first time, I just didn't give you enough. And so now I'm giving you more and more and more until it affects you.
It's like a dosage thing.
Yes, until it affects you. And then you're like, that hurts.
But once you've resisted the actual effect, once you felt the effect and resisted it, it's not like a more dosage is going to do anything after that point. I've given you enough to feel it. It just wasn't enough to do anything.
Yes.
Okay. I could like that over an infinite, like, guaranteed stun potential, because anything that can just be like, again, like the Grung Monk, I think is just one of those builds where I think that was an oversight on not thinking about like what that actually meant. For every single time you just touch, it's a save, right? It's like, there's just nothing there to feel like it's actually a balance. It's just, you might as well just say you're acid skin at that point, right? Like, it's just very hard for me to believe that it's just like, oh, I didn't poison you. Cool, it's fine. I will eventually, don't worry. Oh, I poisoned you? Okay, cool. Oh, you're not poisoned anymore? Let me get you back. Like, that's the mentality, right? I just don't get the idea that just doesn't seem like it works. It's almost like playing like Rogue from Marvel, right? It's like the Rogue character from Marvel. Like, I just can never touch anybody because I'm guaranteed gonna hurt them. But I like this idea of immunity, of building up almost like an immunity or a what is that, like the antibody reaction?
Yeah.
Like you feel it, your body has to overcome it. I'm okay with that. Hell, again, another thing that would be overcomplicated, but just kind of a cool concept of, imagine if it got worse every time you fail. Like, you get poisoned or like, you try to save versus poison, then you get poisoned because you failed, right? Mm-hmm. Then the next time you try to save versus poison and you fail. Then the third time you save versus poison, but you have a negative on your attempt. And then if you fail, the next time you even have so it's almost like
I love the idea of it getting harder every single time,
because it's almost like you're like succumbing to it. Like that would be, I think it would be too convoluted and it would make too many dice rolls for most DMs, but that would be kind of cool. Even if it was a disease, even if it wasn't the normal poison condition, but imagine like a true diseased condition where it got worse the worse you reacted to it.
Right.
That would be fascinating. I think that deserves more interest, is something that progressively gets worse. Not like a general condition, but I like this idea of a specialized condition that gets worse for you. Because it does kind of feel like a feels bad, man. Like, if you don't get out, but like, you had 3 chances to get out before it deteriorated.
Yeah.
I gave you every chance. Now it's just more of I'm prolonging your death until you can figure out.
And honestly, it kind of plays into like a certain like vibe of like, hey, this person might be out of your league or more powerful, or this is a weakness of yours that you weren't aware of or whatever. And like, I think it gives a lot of actual lore / role play opportunities as well.
Yeah. And I like this too. You know what we've missed? One thing that we should do, I think the final little bit, and tell me if this is too much, but I think at some point, I just don't know at what point. So maybe the question to you is, at what point, if you keep missing and this thing keeps sucking you dry, at what point do you get poisoned as the wielder? Like, should you, if you give it so much blood, should you get the poisoned condition at some point?
I mean,
just as a part of the curse. I don't know if it makes it too convoluted, because I know, the more you add to these things, the more people look at it and go, that's too much to remember.
Sure.
So I don't know if this is too bad. But at the same time, shouldn't it be punishing if you're not using the weapon correctly? Like, it doesn't want a bad wielder, right? It doesn't want someone who doesn't know how to use it. So shouldn't it basically just punish you for daring to use it incorrectly?
The problem with that is when you give your wielder the poison condition, you're just making it less and less likely that they're going to hit their target, because they have disadvantage.
Which is going to make the situation worse.
Yeah, so it's like, maybe, that's but fair. I feel like this sword would definitely not. The sword wants to drink. They don't want you to miss.
That's fair. Yeah, and they're getting less from you than they are from them. That's more of just a slap on the wrist of, hey, stop missing. Give me blood. Stop missing. Okay, that's fair. I wanted to go to go in that route to see. I do see where that's coming from, because it could make sense. Oh man, what if? Oh, again, too convoluted, too many things. But man, you should get poisoned if you crit miss.
Oh,
that if you crit miss, if you roll a 1. The blade should poison you.
I wouldn't be mad at that either.
Because then it's truly a punishment of, how dare you wield me and you don't know how. And then yes, it would make things harder for you, but I mean, sometimes it's okay to suck. Sometimes.
In a scenario like that, I feel like it wouldn't happen that often. Although maybe like one session it happens like a fucking lot. And you get,
I mean, you can even go one step further. 2 crits. If you crit twice in a row, it's a paralysis. You get paralyzed, and then it just automatically sucks the max amount from you. Oh my god! So can you imagine you crit fail twice? It paralyzes you and immediately sucks 50 HP, and then grows a rose. Like,
I would sheath the sword immediately.
I'd be like, I'm done for the battle.
Have a backup weapon, like genuinely. This weapon is gonna make me want to have a backup weapon just in case.
Okay, that's too convoluted. We don't need a crit fail option, but that would be fun.
I don't know. I'm kind of not mad at it.
You want to just add that in there? Is if you ever crit fail, you become poisoned. If you crit fail twice in a row, you become paralyzed. And it automatically takes the amount of blood it needs to create the next rose. So even if it only needs 5 more to create the next rose, it only burns 5. But basically, it immediately sucks the amount needed for the next rose. That'd be weird. I don't know if that would be worth it or not, but that would be.
I like that. I like that.
Because that. How often are you going to crit twice in a row? Like that's a consecutive. I don't think just 2 in general. Although, or is it just if you crit while
I think
poisoned?
that'll be good. I think that'll be good because then it'll also release them.
Yes, exactly.
And it'll also give them an opportunity to
put it down,
to put it away, and be like, "Fuck this shit."
Or now you have your crit.
I'm having a bad day.
Yeah. Or now you have your free crit as long as you can poison somebody else.
As long as you can hit.
Well, yeah, you're still poisoned, so.
Yeah, because you just have to hit the target in order to crit.
Oh, that's right. They don't need to be poisoned. They don't need to be poisoned
to. They don't need to be poisoned to crit, but they do need to be poisoned to paralyze.
Oh yeah, that's right. You could crit. Yeah. If they're if you crit and they're poisoned, then you would paralyze them. Okay, I like that actually. I kind of like this. This has actually turned out to be a pretty interesting one.
It's a little wild, but I'm definitely here for it. I like the way a lot of these things are going.
I think it sounds more convoluted because it took us so long, but realistically,
sure.
It's a 2D. It's a D8 plus 2 damage. It absorbs damage, and if you miss, it'll take 5 points minimum from you, or the full damage it takes from the enemy. And the visual is that for every 10 points of damage, a rose appear on the blade. For every 50 points of damage or 5 roses on the blade, a real rose is grown at the hilt. Those can be used to automatically crit. And if you crit against someone who's poisoned, you paralyze them. If you crit miss, you become poisoned. And if you crit miss twice, you become paralyzed. And lose enough HP equal to the amount needed to make the next rose. Which then, lets you go. And yeah, that was it. That's actually pretty good. That's not that convoluted. Just a couple bullet points.
All
right, chat. Well, what did y'all think about this second item? I don't know. I like this item better than the first one. The first one was pretty good. I think a get out of jail free card is, especially for a TPK, is pretty damn good.
I am very partial to Galaxy Quest, so I really like that idea, and I think the idea of being able to give a long rest is way. I think that's way cooler of an idea. Like even being able to like give somebody like a short rest on the snap of a finger. Like I know they tried to do that with like Catnap or whatever else it was, but like. I really like the way that
I like how it just fills everything, because it's like a blast of just pure magic that just revitalizes everything, all your items, all of your resources, like just such a cool idea. But this particular one, I like this. I think I like it because again we broke the mold. We didn't make a magical item, we made an item that became something, right? And I feel like while the lore is unique, it's not so out of whack that it doesn't belong in D&D. The idea that a sword absorbs blood and then grows a rose. Like, that's not outlandish for D&D.
No.
And I don't really think that anybody would have that difficulty making a rose themed blade in most campaign settings.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And again, we're not really saying that. We're talking about a mortal blacksmith, just a great ancient blacksmith. And a sword that was just held by tyrants and maniacal maniacs, right? Just people who just massacred. And the sword just got a taste for blood and eventually just became what it is. And I love that you brought up Kintsugi's Resolve earlier as like a reference point to that. Because I think that was the first time, the only like real submission from chat we've gotten that has a similar idea. where it came from the story and the usage of it. Like it got its powers because of how it was used, not because of how it was built.
Yeah.
And that's what I like.
It did such a good job with it.
And
such a good job with it.
This, I'm glad you harken back to that, because I kind of like that. Again, this is because of how it was used, not because of how it was made.
Yeah.
Cool. So the legendary Blood Rose Blade can be any Oh yeah, and then the other aspects, it can be any melee weapon. Cannot be used with the throne property. And I like that too. I like this any melee weapon because, like you said, it allows any class to pick this up.
Bladed melee weapon.
Bladed melee weapon, because
not axes.
Yes, not axes,
okay.
But just being able to have any class be able to kind of pick this up. Should it? Okay, what is the downside to allowing it for axes? Is there any reason why we wouldn't allow axes, a war axe, a double head? Like, is there any reason why we wouldn't say that a single-handed axe couldn't have this? Because as long as it has some sort of design that says that when you grab it, it cinches down.
The only thing is, like, it doesn't have a hilt, but outside of that, I mean...
But there are axes that have a handle, like they have a very specific spot to grip.
Sure.
So, again, as long as there's some way to justify that,
you could definitely make it work.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, are we worried about something and not including axes, or does it just not sound right?
I don't think we're worried. At least I don't think I am about not including axes. It doesn't. When I think of a blade. Yes, I know an axe has a blade, but that's not what I think.
But it's not a bladed weapon.
Yes,
right.
You know, like I'm thinking like the blade is the majority of the weapon.
I almost look at axes as like what you would call headed weapons, like axes, hammers, spears, halberds, headed weapons. These are weapons that have the business end on the head, but the head is not the primary of the entirety
weapon itself.
Of the weapon.
Is the shaft, so to speak.
Yeah, like a hammer, all the business is at the end,
yes.
But like you still have a handle, it's not just head, right? Like whereas a sword, primarily blade, small handle.
Yes.
So I think that maybe is like more of where we're crossing that line. Because yeah, you wouldn't think of like a spear or anything else having this. I don't think maybe we also just add in maybe single-handed bladed weapons. Is that better?
Because then I wouldn't be mad at a broadsword or a great sword.
Okay, so we're cool with those.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so do we then want to eliminate the damage that we said and just give it a +2, and then let the
weapon
type?
Yeah,
so
weapon damage.
It's a +2 to weapon damage, but the weapon damage is of the weapon of choosing.
Yeah.
Okay. So weapon of choosing +2. I like that. So we can call any bladed weapons, not thrown property, and not axes. Yeah, no, that's pretty dope. And again, it's one of those things where it gives you a reason to want to use it, because for the potential, not the guarantee, but for the potential of a little bit of health loss, you're going to be doing massive amounts of damage, and the potential to paralyze, like poison and paralyze, are huge.
Very much so.
And again, I think this positions this weapon perfectly to be a very powerful low-level weapon. So if you give this low level, it's going to be devastating, but maybe that's what you want. It's an amazing mid-level game. But while I could see a level 20 carrying this around, perhaps as a side weapon.
Sure.
You have your main weapon, and this could be your secondary that you use on the minions to rack up those roses. And then you just wait for the next big fight, and then you pull that out when you need those crits, right?
Yeah.
So I could totally see this not being useless at late game, but we're not shoehorning this in to be like, when you give this to your players, this is it. They are locked in. Because we've seen like Cosmic has a lot of those kind of weapons where once you see this, that's your fucking weapon.
I'm fucking with this. Yeah.
This is one of those, you're gonna love it when you first see it, but it's not gonna be like, when another weapon presents itself, you're not going to be like, oh no, I don't care. I want this one to almost be like, is it time? Is it time for me to give this up? Should I put it on my other belt? Like, should I put this on my other side? Like, is this my secondary now? Should I give it up now?
Have I grown over you, grown old?
Because I like what you were saying, where I like that it won't lose its usefulness, but it's not necessarily always going to be the best choice.
And that's okay. That is totally okay. You know, like I understand a lot of people want to make the coolest or the most badass items, weapons, whatever. But you know, I definitely think everything has its place, you know, and again, being able to like make things on a different scale like this compared to the last item that we made, you know, like I feel like that's like a one time. It's big, it's really cool. You probably also actually that one you'd probably consider an artifact, right?
The first one?
The first one.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
This is legendary. And that's what's even cool too, is even looking at just the two the contrast between the two that we built. I could even see these both in the same campaign and in the same party and not feel like this is going to be game breaking. Like both of these items, while powerful in and of themselves, aren't, again, we didn't make them so this is the item that you want, to where if both of these fell in hands of the party in the same game, it would be devastating. Like it would be very powerful, but it wouldn't be like, oh, well, I'm fucked as a DM. I can't fight again. Like it's more of a, oh, I can now actually throw something like a Tesseract at you. Or not a Tesseract, but like a Tarrasque.
Yeah.
Like if you have both of these items, I can throw some shit at you and not worry, but I'm also not worried that you aren't gonna be killable now, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of where, like you were saying, I like that balance of, I want something that can be held onto the whole game, but isn't like, this isn't the key to win. You know what I mean? It's just a helpful tool. I like that. To answer Soul's question in chat, yes, these will eventually go in MGS builds once we have a template for how we want to display these. Carts has something in submissions for you. Just wants to verify that you got it.
Cart question: is this a resubmission of your Tarrasque Born?
Oh, it did already, the Tarrasque Born,
or is this something new called the Tarrasque Born? And the other thing is still a plot device.
So did you made the, oh, okay. So you made, the race that we were talking about. You actually made the Tarrasque Born race that we were wanting. Sweet. So now we're actually going to get the actual like I was assuming what I'm thinking of is like Dragonborn, but what we wanted was Tarrasque Born, like the actual, that's what I'm thinking he means. I'm hoping that sounds fucking dope.
Interesting.
All right. That sounds absolutely amazing. I'm excited for that. So this was cool. I hope you all enjoyed this. This was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this.
No, it was a good time.
Way different than like pop culture builds or subletting subclasses.
Yeah.
Much less about looking up specific. Like I was ready to look up like spells and things
just for comparison.
But I felt like no, this one was like this is the stuff I love to do. This is why I became a DM, and this right here is why I love High Point for this shit, because it's not about. For like what we were just talking about, it's not about building the best items. I don't want to build, like I'm not a top-down builder. I'm not a min-maxer. I love being a DM now because I like building things that make sense, not things that will work. Like, or I want things that will work but not guaranteed. Like I like things that make sense. I like building encounters that some encounters that I know my players are going to walk through with ease, and some encounters that they're going to struggle through. I like giving them things that make sense to the gameplay that they're playing, as well as the narrative that they've been fed, the story that they're living.
Very much so.
And that's why shit like this matters, right? When I can take this and be like, oh, I know what general last held this. I know what museum it's currently held in, or what crypt it's currently there in. I know what battles people will remember this from. I know, like blah, blah, blah. And I like looking at that, because instead of being like, well, how do I make this look cool so my players will use it? I don't give a fuck. It's more about, does it work with my world? And I like building stuff like this way more than going into like, the spells and being like, okay, well, you can only have these two combinations, so let's add these two. Like,
yeah,
I like just building it from the ground up and being like, what makes sense from the point of view of, if you just heard about this, if you're just traveling through town and some old, soldier veterans in the tavern, and he's just drunk and going off about like, you guys don't know war. When I was in war, man, it was all about the Blood Rose Blade. Like, if you heard that name, you would be off the battlefield in an instant. You couldn't handle, and like, just, it's one of those things, you hear the lore and you hear what it can do and you're like, I want that. I want to go after that. Or like you give it to the party in lore where it's like, oh my God, this army is sweeping through the nation. And you're like, wait, like they shouldn't be that powerful. And who cares about that like small kingdom? And they're like, rumor has it they're carrying the Blood Rose. And like, you're just like, what's that? And you're just like, it's the only reason why this no-name kingdom can literally now suddenly take over. And then you're like, well, why can it do so much damage, right? And again, it's not like it's uber powerful. It's not like it's wiping out enemies. But if you think about it, right? Because raw with lore, on the bigger picture, adventurers are special, right? I mean, it's very rare that DMs put other adventure NPCs in the game. You know what I mean? You deal with kings and town guards and traveling merchants. You don't deal with a paladin hanging around with a ranger and a warlock about to go, you know, take on some dragon that, you know, you're just happen to pass on the road. Like, that's not how the world works. You're special. You're a cut above the rest, right? Everyone's rolling around with 10s and you're rolling around with 15s and 18s in your stat block, right? You are the cream of the crop. You are bred different. You're born different. I've always loved this idea about my players, right? Like, I treat PCs like that. They treat them special in my game on every level because I like the idea that that is what they are. They are unique and special in this world, and that's why they stand out. And that's why if you imagine something like this, right? Some people could look at this weapon and go, that sounds really cool. I'd love to have those effects in game at maybe level 7, but I'm not impressed if some big bass 30-year-old general has this. Like, my +5 ice sword can beat the shit out of it, right? But that's not the point. The point's not to impress you, the person who's better than everybody, the person who obviously has a fate bigger than a farmer, bigger than a town guard. But imagine what that means. Like, we talk about generals, like, oh, he's a general of an army. But by level 10, you're probably more versed, more skilled, and better equipped than that 30-year general. That's what people don't understand, is you hear these amazing things. This general in my world has been a general and been through countless wars. But you know what generals do half the time in their career? Sit behind a desk. You have been ambushed as recently as last night. You have taken on a dragon as recently as last month. You're currently actively still in the bloodstains of that werewolf that almost killed you. And this general has spent the last 20 of his 30 years as a general behind a desk looking at paperwork, right? The ideology that, yes, he has skills and tactics that you don't, but the idea that when you put this kind of weapon in his hands, he is a god among the standard of men. Just like you were a god in his presence, he is that's the relationship that I look at, is this doesn't have to be the ultimate weapon of the realm. But when a weapon that is slightly better than mid to you should be life-changing to an NPC, in my opinion. When you pick up a level 2 sword and you're like, I'd like to have a level 5 one day, or level 3, whatever 5th edition's max is. You're like, you kind of shrug it off and you're like, that's pretty good. It's better than my level 1. Like, it's better than my +1 sword, but a +1 sword to a peasant? Like, you know what I mean? Like, the idea of what that means to that one peasant. You give one soldier a +1 sword, he's suddenly the best soldier on the field. But you give you a +1 sword and you look at it and go, okay, I'm slightly better. You know what I mean? A +1 sword does not drastically change your abilities or your stance in the combat, but it does a standard person. If I ambush you with 3 bandits, no big deal. If I ambush you with 3 bandits and one of them has a +2 sword, that changes things. But if I give you the +2 sword, you're just, that's a couple extra damage. You know what I mean? Fundamentally changes how things unfold. And that's what I love about these builds, is you get to build it for the effect in the world, not how impressive the player will feel.
Sure.
That's what I love, because I feel like I can play with the value better. I feel like I can make this sword feel more valuable to a player because of how I can ingrain it in the story than I could a +5 sword that casts magic missile 3 times a day. Anybody who is a top-down, min-maxer will take that fucking +5 sword with magic missile 3 times per day. But I can make this sword way more enticing, because this sword has fun and lore and intrigue and balancing. Whereas the other sword go boom and does big number.
Yeah, I definitely feel like whenever I want to build something, my first question is always why. Like, why is it here? What is it doing? Like, and I feel like having a reason and an intent and a heart behind a lot of what you're doing could be so much more valuable than just I want to kill things, right? Because it's so easy for D&D to just turn into another video game where you just want to be the best at killing things. And
Yeah.
while that's cool, and again, if that's what you want to do, make those things. Like truly, if that's what you want to do, go make those things. Have fun doing it because it can be fun,
Can
right?
be a lot of fun.
People love running cheat codes in a lot of games, and they can play around in God mode and just do all the things. And I'm like, bro, run that. Like I genuinely want my players to feel powerful, but I also want them to be challenged because again, even in the Matrix, being challenged, like that you make a perfect Matrix, nobody's gonna want that. You want something that they have to like struggle and fight against and overcome.
It's almost like what you want is like from a DM's point of perspective, we prefer more like an Elden Ring approach, I guess, over say I guess Skyrim isn't really a good option. I'm trying to think of like another one, but like in Elden Ring, you know, you pick a build for the entire game, right? Or I guess it's more the other way around. We prefer more of the Skyrim than the Elden Ring. Elden Ring mindset is like you're just constantly looking for the best weapons, the best gear, the best combos, and you're just min-maxing the whole time, trying to get better. Whereas Skyrim, for a lot of the time, for a lot of people, they pick a build from the very beginning and get good at that one build, right? You don't max out every tree in Skyrim. You're like, I want to be the sorcerer, right? So here's the spells I want, here's the build, here's the tech trees that I'm going to go after, right? And you kind of just stick with that. You don't switch halfway through the game from magic to melee.
Unless you're gonna reset all your stats.
Yeah, usually you pick a whole build. Whereas like with Elden Ring, you might change it up based on what you find. And I think that's kind of what we prefer is most 5th edition gameplay is built on what you find. Whereas I think we prefer, you know, building a build that makes sense for the whole campaign.
Yeah, and I think it's because again, we've talked about it before, but we're very character focused. Like, I don't want to build a character all the way out to level 20. I don't want to know everything that my character's gonna go through before I've played the first session.
Yeah,
I wanna explore with this character. I want to feel free to because I think a lot of players will end up railroading themselves. They will like, oh, I really want this particular ability, so my character is gonna run as fast as they can in that direction because I'm pretty sure that ability is behind that door. Not because that's what that character exists as or would want to do. And I'm like,
they either railroad themselves or they disappoint themselves because they have this mindset of, oh, I'm building it because I'm going to be able to do XYZ. And if you never get them that opportunity, they'll get disappointed either in you or themselves because their build didn't come out the way they wanted it to because they were expecting to do something, not play it. We have a couple new things in chat. What is going on, Jules? Nice to see you. For all the three 2024 player D&D books are out now. Finally, I've only gotten my hands on the player's handbook. I have read through some of it, done some deep dives into a few of the topics. I have mixed feelings. I think like most people, I'm excited for some of the changes that they're making. I'm liking some of the consolidations. I like some of the reverbiage and the change ups, but like with every edition, I feel like there are some decisions that are being made for the greater ease of accessibility and not the enrichment.
the game.
Yeah. I don't think the game is getting enriched. And I think the game is getting a lot of well-do updates, but overall, I'm worried that we're removing a lot of the enrichment and making it just easier to pick up and go for everyone. Again, it's a money thing, right? It's less complicated, but that also takes away a lot of the nuance that this game has. So mixed feelings. When I get the other books, we'll have a little bit more.
Sure.
Wally, it has been so long since we've seen you. Welcome back. Hope you've been doing great. We're doing fine. We've been doing great. This is a new series that we tried, Image to Item. Did 2 items tonight.
Very cool. I'm excited to put these together.
Fascinated. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how you write those up, and definitely want to do this again.
Yeah.
Might be like a once a month, once every other month, but I kind of liked this one. We have like 12 other items still to do. So
Oh, heck, and Soul put some extra ones in the chat.
Oh, great. All right. So yeah, we're gonna have to.
Yep.
Maybe we'll have to find a way to do this a little bit faster. I don't mind that we only did 2, but I was kind of hoping we were doing like 5.
Sure.
I thought we were gonna be busting through these hella quick. Maybe we do need to do a speed run. Like next time we'll just be like, okay, we're doing 5. Let's go. What is it made out of? What is it? What can it do? Like instead of really trying to perfect it.
I feel like if we're gonna do speed runs, we got to do solo speed runs, because I think it'll be easier for
Like too much debate. Less debate.
Like, yeah, because there's gonna be differences of opinion, on like what direction to go.
That's fair.
So like, it'd be easy to one person to create a version and then you create a version, but
yeah. Interesting question from chat. So does D&D 24, so 5e14. So yeah, D&D 2014. Yeah. So 5e14. Does 5e14 give enough information to fully immerse in the IP's world, or does the content have a ton of leeway, intentionally made that way so DMs can fill in the blanks? So the answer is yes. In terms of fifth edition solely, they have done a lot to expand on several of the story arcs, but no, they do not fully encompass everything because they lean heavily on a lot of the lore that is already out. So, 5e is not going to rehash a lot of the known Forgotten Realms lore that's happened in the past, but they will give you plenty. They'll give you plenty of modules, plenty of information to get comfortable with. I think Forgotten Realms is pretty much their common now.
Sure.
I think they still have Unearthed Arcana floating around, but pretty much if you want to get familiar with Forgotten Realms, yes, they have plenty to immerse yourself in Forgotten Realms. But do I think it's enough? No. I think that really to understand it, you need to look at the older material and the older editions and just some of the older stories.
Yeah.
But they give you enough that you wouldn't need, like, it's kind of like a sequel to certain games. You don't need to play the first one to have fun and get this one, but it helps.
It depends on what type of gameplay or immersion you're looking into. If you're talking about like, do they have like NPCs and kings for like every village and stuff like that? Maybe not, but like that's the kind of stuff that's important in High Point, right? Like every place has a structure and every place has a hierarchy, and like they have information, they have backstories, they have all the, like, that's what immersion looks like to you. But if all you're trying to do is either just go out and kill things and just come back and resupply every so often, they got plenty of information for that. Like they'll give you cityscapes, they'll give you places, they'll tell you
regions,
what shops are,
gods,
like there's so much you can use. But I think to your point, there are a lot of places where you can fill in the blanks, and there's a lot of space for that.
I think that's also intentionally designed, as in, if you spend enough time through the modules, the supplementals, and the core books, you could probably get everything you need to run in Forgotten Realms. But if when you have limitations, you only have a DMG and or player's handbook and or the monster manual, it's going to feed you enough to be in that world, but a lot's going to be left for you to fill it, right?
Sure.
Like, that's why I say it's yes to both. Yes, there is enough out there to immerse yourself in the modern Forgotten Realms, but the average player and DM is not going to consume that much material in core source books that they're going to have every question answered. Most of it is going to require the DM to come up with answers, right? Even in modules, a lot of those modules, they're meant to be played very linearly, and they're well equipped enough to keep a DM on track, but it doesn't give them every answer to every question. It doesn't give them every NPC name in every shop and every, like,
Sure.
It comes down to, if you follow the module to a T, it gives you enough. But are you able to follow a module to a T? And even then, it's not giving you every conversation. It's not giving you every detail of every block, of every doorknob. You're going to have to fill in somewhere.
Yeah.
Whether you want to fill in just the environmental details or you want to fill in the lore and the story and the intrigue, that I think really comes down to how much you want to read. because it's all out there. All of Forgotten Realms is out there, but how much you can consume and use, that's where I think most of the 5th edition books are meant to be hey, here's your launch point, but fill in the rest.
Yeah.
But not in the way 2nd edition used to be. 2nd edition, 1st edition was much more of a, here's a baseline, you build your own game. 5th edition's much more of a, here's a game and here's some baselines to start out with, you build your own story. But 5th edition, we know, is less about the story and more about the mechanics, which is why they're much more free to give the DM all the control of the story, but hardly any control of the mechanics. Whereas in 2nd edition, it was like, so this is a die, this is how you roll to attack, you figure out the rest. Like, right. You basically had to build nearly everything. Whereas 5th, it's like, don't worry about the rules, don't worry about the rolls, don't worry about the math. Let me take care of that. You tell them what the town name is.
Yeah.
You tell them what that shopkeep looks like. Yeah, Mastara's over here working her magic, and there's some other gods over here, but you name that town whatever you want. That's cute. You name that town. Here's how you interact with shopkeeps. Here's how you sell things, but you name it whatever you want. That's how I feel sometimes 5th edition is giving it to new players, right? Not in a condescending sort of way.
Sure.
But the game is much more of a, don't you worry about all of that. We got that. You just make a story. You just go make your story and have fun, which is fine. It really is a lot more accessible than telling everybody, hey, build a world and NPCs and intrigue and a story and a reason.
Yeah.
And logic.
I think the biggest reason for that is, weirdly enough, because the majority of the people nowadays, I can see so many people just arguing over those things. It's like, oh, this shouldn't be like that, or this shouldn't be like that. And so a lot of people enjoy having a rule set to fall back on, to say, this is what the book says, or this is what, like, this isn't just me saying this because I want to be a dick to you. This is how this functions, or whatever. They just, it's easier to do that than to say, this is how I've chosen to run things. But yes, that's really all you're doing, is you're just saying, this is how I've chosen. You have a house rule for this is how I've chosen to run things. Like, I want to do things differently. I want to experience things differently. I want to use encumbrance. I want to use travel time. I want to, whatever the case may be, so honestly, just live your life, man.
100%. Yeah. Quick question for us from Wally. What do we feel about the movie Treasure Planet? A fucking classic.
Hell yes.
Fucking a clutch and a classic. Like, yes. Absolutely everything about that. I mean, the art style was just, you just don't get that kind of art style. The characters, like,
what's that other movie where they're traveling down to like the underwater city?
Oh, Atlantis? Yeah.
Those two movies always come up side by side in my mind. One's like underground and in water, and the other one's in space.
I would say between the two of them, I don't know. I would have to probably give it to Atlantis. Like, Treasure Planet's good. I think Journey to Atlantis might be hard.
I haven't seen Treasure Planet in a long time, so, and my lady's, one of her favorite movies is Atlantis, so we watch that one a lot. So I'll have to rewatch that to see how good it is. But yeah, no, that one was definitely a banger for sure.
Earth is brought into the galaxy in 1580. Earth history and everything that happened during that time is players learning about the galaxy. Oh, I'm building this for gameplay. I'm having interesting. Oh, I think, Wally, you were telling us about this way long ago when you were hanging out before, where I remember him talking about this a while back, where that's the premise of his D&D campaign. It's modern, like, imagine like modern people get thrown into like ancient world and then have to figure out like how things are operating. So
they got isekai, lightweight,
kind of, I guess. Yeah. It's a fascinating concept, because I guess like the way that they've developed it is very, if I remember correctly, it kind of gave me like the Star Wars feel in terms of like how everything's like managed in terms of like the hierarchies of things, but I can't remember all the details. But I did remember it was a fascinating idea of being basically forced into a familiar yet completely different world and having to basically relearn everything. I loved that idea.
I do like that. I really do like that.
Another question from chat. Do you think reading the novels of R.A. Salvatore about Drizzt will inform more about Forgotten Realms? Assuming the books are official, these written works would inform me more about how living beings interact with respective religions and environments. Yes. So I'm not familiar with that particular book. I don't know a lot of the novels about D&D, to be honest. I don't know how well they do. Most of the ideas that I have in terms of like novels based off of games like this are, unless they are directly written by the source material like Wizards of the Coast or something, I would take them with a grain of salt, because a lot of that has the chance for creative freedom. Most of what I like to do is go, if you can't get your hands on the actual source books, just researching just like the general timelines was really helpful for me. I found it like both researching individual timelines as well as individual deities. Like research the top 10 or the top 20 Forgotten Realms deities and just read about them. Go to their wikis, go to their informational pages, and just learn about like how they were important and why they were important throughout history. And I think that will be so much more beneficial to understand Forgotten Realms' approach to how every layer like interacts with itself, right? 'Cause learning about the different gods and how they interact with their followers, what followers mean to them, what they mean in the pantheon, what they mean in terms of hierarchy, what power levels actually are and how they operate. Like learning about all of that through the history of a lot of the most famous deities really helped me get a grasp of what Forgotten Realms is all about. I mean, that's really what helped me understand why and how I wanted to create High Point in the Forgotten Realms timescape.
You're
right.
Okay.
And again, you also have to understand too, keep in mind, Jules, that when it comes to Forgotten Realms, you also have different eras of Forgotten Realms. So I play in a much older Forgotten Realms than everybody else does right now, because most specifically, 5th edition has gotten rid of Crystal Spheres, which was a original of Forgotten
When you say
Realms.
they've gotten rid of it, do you mean they just don't mention it, or they explicitly say that it doesn't exist anymore?
They just don't use it as canon. For a while back, it was just basically written out that 5th edition Forgotten Realms no longer considers Crystal Spheres as the canon for isolated worlds. So that ideology just kind of went away.
How, like, was that articulated in a book somewhere? Or was that just somebody saying that that's what the case was?
It was, I believe there was, I have to go back because we did an episode on it and I have some of my notes from then, but there was a book that basically made reference to the decision, but it wasn't like in the lore they said there is no longer the existence of this. But when they talk about how the universe is built, when they describe what they used to describe as crystal spheres, they don't describe it that way. Like the ideology of like all of the different worlds, all the different solar systems were in their own crystal spheres and completely separate. That's not described anymore. It's not described that you go to this place and you're in a crystal sphere, but to go here, you have to leave that crystal sphere and move. That's no longer described. That you don't have to hop out of a crystal sphere to go from place to
galaxy.
place.
It's just a large
galaxies, usually
space.
planes of existence. There's other modes of travel, but they got rid of the need that every location is inside a crystal sphere. But I don't. I love that idea. I still think that is one of the best cosmological explanations for why we are all still DMs. Like you can be in you can have 15 DMs DMing in the same crystal sphere, but I have High Point. It's just so much more beautiful that they originally wrote out that there's just this endless sea of endless universes that you can just pop into. And that literally explains to me, that so much better explains the infinity of DMing styles than, just go with it. I just play different. Like,
sure.
It just makes sense that they literally wrote it in that crystal spheres acted different, had different powers. Gods from one crystal sphere didn't have power in another. Like, it literally just basically said, hey, everyone has their own canvas paint. That's what I read on that, and that's what I took. So I like that from the original Forgotten Realms. Is it bad that they took that away? No. it's actually probably a lot easier because it's just one less thing people have to remember, right? People don't have to think about that. It's one less mechanic. If I want to share players with you and you want to share players with me in 5th edition, we don't have to worry about this damn Spelljammer mechanic of you traveling from one crystal sphere to the next. I can just walk over and I'm in your world now. That's more of what 5th edition wants, right? The Adventure League concept. But I kind of do miss just that ideology of being able to leave. I mean, I love the idea that players can take their character and leave High Point. It'll be an adventure, but you can leave. You can go experience all of the other universes of D&D with your character. I love that concept. I just don't think it's necessary. And so I understand why they got rid of it. I just prefer to keep it because I like that cosmological worldview of being able to just hop out of what essentially is your universe, travel, and then be somewhere else that acts and operates differently or not. Maybe it's the exact same. So yeah. We should definitely do the most recent image to item since we're still here. Hey, we've been going for almost 5 hours. I think we're gonna cut it once we get through chat. So the sailing. Oh, so while these sailing vessels are remade into spacefaring, and technology is just magic, but more artificer building and tinkering. So kind of makes sense. Like, like more sci-fi, less fantasy, I guess.
Right.
But still in that vein. Cart sent more stuff to Kage in part 2.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Is that a continuation or is that a separate thing?
I don't know.
Speed run the car. Listen, you saw what our speed runs look like, so is a speed run for us would be an hour and a half.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Unless we were just being like, okay, do we both agree it's made out of this? No. What do you think it should be? Okay, we'll agree with that. Okay, what should power be? This? Are we good with this? That? No. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, we could try to speed run it, but I like these deeper conversations. They get more to the point of things. I think, like, again, I don't think episodes like this are about us churning out magical items for chat, right? We're not here trying to create magical items for people to use. I think we're here to foster the creative process and show how we approach creating an item. Because it's not always about, I needed to do X, Y, Z, so how do I justify it? Sometimes it's about, well, where did it come from and why does it exist? And then what should it do?
And just learning to ask good questions. Because a lot of the times when you're in this creative process, it's like, we don't always know to think about all these things. And so a lot of the stuff that you bring up, like, I don't recognize, like, oh, that's a good point. Like, yeah, definitely need to consider that when it comes to how much I want to add or how much I want to take away, you know, and vice versa. So it's like there's always important things to recognize when you're going through these processes. And even chat can give us ideas of maybe stuff we haven't thought of that when you and I are talking. So
and don't have an ego with it, right? Because whether you really like your idea or not, there can always be a better way of doing it, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that you're wrong, but you got to be okay being wrong, or at least be okay not having the better of the two ideas, right? If you're building something out, be free to just let yourself be like, okay, I love this idea. I want this to have it. But be comfortable asking yourself, does that make sense? And is there a different or better way to do it? And be okay changing your mind or sticking to your guns, right? Like when Kage and I talk, it sounds like we argue a lot, but we're just pressing each other to make sure that we both are like, have we both pressed this subject to both find our reasoning? I don't necessarily disagree with him because I think I have a better idea. I'm just trying to make sure that his idea passes all the stress tests. And if it does and can pass the stress test better than my idea, then it's obvious that we go with his, right? And that's why it may sound like arguing, but for the most part, it's just like
it is very much a refinement process. And that's what I very much appreciate. And there will be times for sure that we come to the point where it's like, I see the same thing, but have a different perspective on that same thing. So, and again, you get there and it's okay. You would go different directions, but you know, eventually we come to the center point. We come to the center point, and that's what we usually end up with. And I think sometimes it takes coming back around to something after the fact to actually get there. So I'm not mad at it at all.
Sometimes. Jules, yes, things change depending on the edition a lot. We find that out most of our history of episodes. If you ever go to our VOD channel on YouTube and check out any of the channel or any of the episodes labeled history of, oh boy, does each edition love to fuck with it.
Yep.
But yeah, especially when it comes to the actual core lore.
And if you
things
haven't
can
seen any of
change.
those, 4th edition's the best. Just so you know. Just saying.
How dare you? How dare you say such blasphemy?
What do you mean? I'm only out here spitting facts.
Oh, Wally's on call firefighter tonight. Gotta go later. Probably already gone. Speed red cards to image items. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy bouncing ideas off of us, Cart. That's what we're here for, is to get people to think and be okay with their own ideas, or at least coming up with their own stuff. So keep the ideas coming. Let's see what's going on. Glad you were able to get us that Terrasborn race. I'm really curious to see that one. I can't wait to go at that one. Soul has a Pinterest board with separate subsections for swords, bodily enhancement, pole arms, axes, daggers, bows. Crazy.
Slay.
It should be under links if you were looking for that. I don't know why I don't have it under socials. Indeed, I definitely see the discussions as sharing ideas, seeing each other's viewpoints, comparing to the original sources, accepting each other's intentions, and respecting each other. Thank you. It's so funny. I think that's the first person who's actually
Seen that.
Yeah, like you might be the first person who's actually watched us and had a positive takeaway, because most people are like, you two need to stop arguing. And be like, y'all don't get it. This isn't even close to the most heated we've ever gotten.
Even my lady will be listening to us and just be like, why are you guys just like arguing? I'm like, it's not the same.
Do y'all see the smiles on our faces when we're in these conversations? We ain't mad at, like, I mean, we've gotten fucking heated, but at the same time, we're like, at the end of it, we're like, that was fucking fun.
It's good times. It's good times. You get to learn so much this way.
Yeah, so that's what we're here for, and I'm glad that you see it that way, because that's the whole point of this, is to get people to feel comfortable with their own ideas, right? Like, yes, we want people to be better, we want people to have the best options, but that first comes with being willing to say I have an idea. Like, that's the first hardest thing, is being willing to admit that you have an idea. Second is voicing it, and third is taking any criticism.
And being willing to accept the fact that best might mean something different to you than it does to somebody else.
Yeah, and that's why here it's more about getting people comfortable sharing their ideas. And again, I never want to be that person that comes across as, I know better than you, I know what I'm doing, you don't, listen to me, do it my way. I just want to tell people how I do it in hopes that it inspires them. Whether it inspires them to do it the way I do it, it inspires them to do it a different way, or it just reinforces how they're doing it. I don't care what the outcome is, but if I could help you get there, if I could help you solidify your way of viewing this game, then I've done exactly what I wanted to do. Even if, again, I hate 4th edition. I'm not a huge fan of 5th, but I think it does a lot of good things. I prefer 2nd. If someone out there listens to everything I have to say about all of that and goes, you know what? You've convinced me that, yeah, 2nd's probably the worst and I actually love 4th. That's cool. You and I can agree to disagree, but the fact that I helped you get there, that was my goal. You know what I mean?
You're right.
I don't need you and I to agree. I don't need you to like what I have to say or like what I provide. But if at the end of the day, what I've done is help you find your answers, that's it. That's what we created this entire thing for, is for you to be able to confidently say, this is what I think, and this is what I'm going to do. Because as we always say, if you and your game, if you and your party are having fun, then you ain't playing wrong.
100%.
So
exactly,
go out there and play the way that you want to play, have fun with your other players, and that's the whole point. Are we both going to be exploring the new Fortnite season? Probably. I haven't logged in. I don't log into Fortnite nearly as much anymore. I've been playing Marvels a lot recently, but I'll probably check out Fortnite season here soon. And is it a good season? I probably have a big update then. So
yeah, No, I just started playing it. I got like 1 or 2 rounds in. They got these, instead of having like bunkers that are underground that you just wait to open.
Yeah, I remember
You got to
those.
like blow a door on a safe
What a lucky
in these
door.
brand new buildings. And a bunch of people come and attack you, but it's so chaotic because there's only like 4 spots where this happens.
So everyone
And like everybody
congregates.
congregates, and like you're supposed to be a bunch of cool stuff, and you can get these coins from inside and go to like some black market. I don't know, I haven't been able to figure it all out, but
By the way, Cart, sorry I did not see the hats off. I will refund you those points.
did we miss a hats off?
We did miss a hats off.
Oh, rip.
And the armored trucks you can rob. Interesting.
Oh,
I will
yeah.
have to, yeah. I'll have to log
did
in.
that
Maybe
one
I'll
time.
get some time in this weekend. I ain't got much to do this weekend. All right. Well, this was a lot of fun. I am so happy that this turned out well. I think this will be an ongoing series. I definitely think we'll be doing this one again. So really quick, tell the folks what they can expect on Monday, and then we'll go into a quick little rehash on what's going to happen tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
And then we're
yes.
gonna get the fuck out of here so we can get some rest. So what can the folks look forward to on our regularly scheduled D&D discussions on Monday
All right.
with the next review?
Coming up this Monday, we have the Aesir from Marty the Fearless. It is going to be a race with several sub-races. Sub-races like Descendant of Odin, Descendant of Thor, and Descendant of Heimdall.
This is gonna be fascinating. So this is definitely, these are more of like the descendants of demigods of these gods, essentially, right? Like it's like they made the Nephilim, and then these are like the great grandchildren of those.
Yep.
Fascinating. And how many do we have?
1 main race, 3 sub-races.
Are we gonna do this like we did the other like insectoid ones? Are we doing all at once?
Yes.
All right.
They all have a little bit of their lore, so it's probably going to be a little chunkier, but they are all in one. So
That's fine. Okay, we'll do it. So we can look forward to some 3 new sub races. What are they called? Do we have like a name for this group?
the entire race is called Aesir.
Aesir. Okay, so
And
these are the Aesir. Okay,
The Aesir,
cool.
yes.
All right. Well, I'm really fascinated with that. So that will be our normally scheduled Monday. Now, as for tomorrow, for anybody still in chat, we have a very special stream tomorrow. So normally we stream every Monday and Friday, but of course, just like we do every single month, y'all had the opportunity to get a community stream, and y'all got it. So tomorrow is our community stream. That is our extra stream that we do every month that we let chat earn via community points or the Twitch points. This month, let us see, what are we doing this month on our community stream? It was voted that we will be doing another episode of subletting subclasses. This will be our second subletting subclass.
Very nice.
In the first episode, so basically subletting subclasses is where we take a subclass and we look at the lore, the history, what basically built that subclass, and then we use that and apply it to a different core class and make a brand new subclass. Basically, the idea spawned from an issue that I had where there are some subclasses out there that make sense to be isolated, and then there are other ones that just are hard to justify, saying that you're telling me that the way they got their powers, the way they were able to learn how to do something, every single person that learns how to do that does it the exact same way. That bothers me with some of these subclasses. So I thought, why not have groups of subclasses that all have the same background, right? It's like if 2 people had the same background, experienced the same things, and got the same powers, but they applied them differently, wouldn't that be a different subclass? So that's what we did. So the first one we did was we took the Echo Knight, the fighter subclass of Echo Knight, and we looked at the idea that they are what? They manipulate the echoes, the potential.
Dunamancy, yes.
Yes, it's this potential energy of universes that would have existed, and you're basically pulling that avatar to help you out in this echo, right? But you're telling me that everybody that learned this aspect of being able to pull echoes from the other dimension only ever became fighters? I had a problem with that. So we subletted that class and we made the Echo Assassin. We made a rogue subclass out of it, which turned out to be absolutely awesome.
Very cool.
Did not have the same abilities as the Echo Knight, but it pulled off of the same ideology and the same mindset of how they got their power, but just applied it in a way that a rogue would. So this is what subletting subclass is all about. And this is what we will be doing tomorrow. So what was voted on? Tomorrow, we will be turning the Rune Knight, another fighter subclass,
Yes.
into a warlock.
very excited to be creating a warlock subclass.
I have absolutely no idea how this is going to go because I have no idea what a rune knight is. I still haven't even looked it up. I'm going to wait all the way till tomorrow.
Hey.
I'm not going to do any prefab, but this is going to be a lot of fun. This is what you all voted for, and I'm really excited for it. So join us tomorrow. I was thinking probably normally we try to start between 11 and 12. Will that be good for you, or do we need to go a little bit later in the afternoon?
I can make 11 work.
Okay, so we will try to be here at between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We will try to go live, and then we will start on our new subclass. I think that's everything that we have update-wise. Funny enough, I'm doing that update and I see like the viewer count dropping, and I'm like, I haven't even told you guys what's happening tomorrow. You guys are leaving. I see how it is. It's fine.
Just means they love us when we're talking about D&D.
I did just see that you added a new subletting subclass idea to the chat just as I was reading that.
Oh, really?
Soul just submitted a battlesmith artificer into a fighter.
Battlesmith artificer.
That could be interesting. Yeah, we'll definitely have to do that one at some point.
Oh, I think I know what that one is.
Well, oh, and we also have at some point, because the other option was the Gloomstalker Ranger into a rogue.
Oh, that's
that was
right.
Another one that
that's
we had.
right.
So those will probably have to be done next time.
Hey, I would be mad at a Gloomstalker Ranger into a Warlock too.
Oof. Gloomstalker Cleric. That's what I want. Give me a Gloomstalker Cleric all fucking day.
Interesting.
Let's fucking go.
That would be wild.
This is what I want. This is exactly why I want this series to happen, because I would love, dude. So we have the ADMG that we're building. We also have a potential, it wasn't a monster manual. There was another book that we were thinking about doing. Oh, no, it wasn't the players. It was just the ADMG. But
the community creations book.
That's true. Yeah. But in the ADMG, I would be very interested to see if we can make like a side supplemental book or just like a small paperback that's just like subclass groups. So it's like chapter 1 Echo. And so it's just the Echo Knight, the Echo Assassin.
Oh,
so it's like literally just chapters of just one of the subclasses. And then it's just we just build one for everything. So, because again, I love this idea of being able to have a party that all came from the same background and the same story, but they all have different classes, right? So you can have an entire party of all Echoes because they all came from the same town, learned from the same master, but they all applied what they learned differently. This is what we're missing, is the dynamic of the party being similar but different, whereas right now it's just a bunch of min-maxers coming together and doing the best they can. But
sure.
These would be like the most synergistic possible teams. That would be fascinating.
It could be very interesting.
All right, thank you so much, Karts, for being here. Hope you enjoy us. Hope you can join us tomorrow or Monday, either one. Drop in chat and keep us company when you can. I think that's going to be it for us for the rest of the night. When I get all of my Ben 10 characters done into a doc, I'll just send the doc page to y'all in submissions. Yep, just send it all at once, and we will divide it up as we need to. And you can talk always with Kage about any specifics. If you have any requests or order that you want to have them done in, just talk to Kage about that, and he'll set that up.
I got you.
All right, y'all. We have less than 12 hours until the community stream, so get some rest. I know that we are, because we 100%. Literally have less than 12 hours. We will be live probably in 12 hours from now. So we'll see y'all then. Take care of yourselves. I hope you guys had a great week. I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend ahead of you. We'll be back tomorrow with our community stream. All right, guys. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.